right outside the door that will be after these sheets we go through. So at this point, Chairman Dickey has some remarks.
All right.
Hey, y'all, first of all, again, I cannot thank you enough for all the work you're putting in and for the great work I'm convinced that you will produce and that we will be advocating strongly for in the next session. And even more effectively next session than we did before. The couple of things I want to let you know, because of the vote Saturday night of the State Republican Executive Committee, you all are here doing the temporary committee work through tomorrow night, through your duration, until you are done. No uncertainty about that at all. Also, due to the meeting last night, there is also no more uncertainty. The convention will be virtual, period. Now, that means every delegate will be able to join in online. That means every committee member will be able to participate in the committee online for anybody who's elected to permanent committee, which hopefully the majority of you will be. That leaves you with the practical challenge of, given whenever you finish on Wednesday, how do you get wherever you wanted to get or need to get for Thursday and on. The schedule on the website is still the schedule we intend to do even online. We have been very explicit in that schedule about indicating which elections are in which caucus meetings so that you can be prepared for that. We will start training everybody on how to participate in the committee meetings and the caucuses and the general session, and how to vote starting in a first training session for delegates at 7 p.m. tonight. We then will have 3 training sessions tomorrow, plus caucus chair trainings for congressional district and Senate district caucus chairs. We are working with the Rules Committee on getting the temporary rules revised. We're going to keep everybody up to date. But the short answer for you all, A, tonight's training at 7 p.m. will be recorded and stored online so you can watch it at your convenience in the spare time you'll have around everything else you are doing. But the short answer is this: to participate in a committee meeting, to participate in the general session, in the caucuses, you will do that via Zoom. So you'll be able to watch the video, you'll be able to ask for recognition and speak at the mic as appropriate depending on the venue. That will happen via Zoom. And if you want to have a watch party and everybody's watching via one Zoom stream, cool, that's fine. To vote, you will need to go to a web page that every credentialed delegate and alternate will be able to have their own credentialed access to. And you will then have limited access to be able to vote only in your own SD or CD or the general meeting. That's the big picture of how it works. We'll be going into a lot more detail, providing the links, providing instruction pages, all of that kind of stuff over the next 2 days extensively. But the bottom line for you guys, I want to be sure you understood clearly the decisions you have to make for Thursday and that you knew that as soon as we knew it. So hopefully you all got the email last night. Again, thank you all for your work very much. I appreciate you. And if you have any individual questions, you're always welcome to reach out to me, email, phone, text. Yes?
We had a couple of delegates that shared the same email address. Are you going to be able to address that?
Yeah, we've got a lot of cases where the husband and wife both gave a single email address. Yeah, they're going to have to sign up individually to get their credentials, and registration to get credentials for an in-person convention would have started at 2 p.m. tomorrow. We're going to be working with Credentials Committee on getting that done and up and on time. So every delegate and alternate will have individual credentials. Yes, ma'am?
Is there a way to register online without paying a fee?
There is not currently a way to register online without paying a fee. We're figuring out those options. So, as it always has been, to register without paying the fee always involved being a last-minute register. It still is thus. Yes, ma'am?
So security on voting credentials, somebody receives their credentials, they vote, they can't share those credentials, they can't vote more than, or share them, or vote more than once, or how
Yeah,
much?
just as you should not hand your driver's license to someone else to have them go vote for you in person, you should not hand your credentials to someone else to have them vote for you online either. Yeah, you should
You
not.
should not. But could you?
Yes, sir.
If we had
You'd be giving away your only vote, because you only get to vote once.
Okay, you only get to vote, that's the question, you're only gonna be able to.
Every delegate and alternate gets one vote and only one vote, and it is their responsibility to, we believe in personal responsibility.
If we have already registered, is there anything else we need to do?
Now, there will be a credentialing step you will need to do, you'll get very clear instructions on that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. God bless you, and keep up the great work.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chairman. Okay, with that, is there any other announcements from the committee before we go into delegate testimony? Okay, see none. Most chairs of most state committees, and I do subscribe to this, when we have the honor of an elected official who wants to testify on something, we do give them some deference. We have Senator Bob Hall, who has come in wanting to testify. I'm going to put him in the front of the list without any objection. Senator Hall has been a stalwart champion of conservative values, has probably championed items in the platform and legislative priorities more than most in the legislature. He's taken the time to come down here. When chatting with him earlier, he remarked something about the freeway didn't have any traffic jams on it. And so anyhow, but he's driven down. He'll be our first testifier, so Senator Hall. And we do typically, for the elected officials, I'll give them a wrap-up signal if it goes too long, but we typically give them a little more leeway than we would a regular delegate, if you will. I might note, as he's getting his remarks all set up, that 3, 4, 5 terms ago, we never hardly saw elected officials at the RPT convention at all. And over the last 3 or 4 sessions, we've been blessed with numerous, mostly more conservative representatives and senators showing up, actually wanting to participate in the committee process. And I think that's a testimony to all of y'all's hard work in promoting the platform and now legislative priorities. So it's having an effect. So, Senator Hall?
Well, thank you, Mark. And I thank each one of you for being here, giving up your time. Everybody could be doing something other than that, but recognizing that our government is a government of the people and by the people. And I mean that sincerely, that everybody has a role to play. It just kind of rolls up, and some of us end up in an elected position to kind of implement things. But what we're supposed to be implementing is what you, the people, really want. And in my feeling, the platform and then the priorities are the heart of what we ought to be doing in the legislature. And I know many of you haven't seen that happening as much as what it should be. I hope that changes, but it's hard to change that place down there somewhat. But thank you so much for what you're doing, and I am very pleased to see the priorities to be expanded, because we have gotten ourselves in the position that we have, a couple of dozen things that really need to have serious attention, and I haven't seen all of them, but what I did see a while ago, I think you're on the right path. I would certainly do that. But I wanted to come and just briefly talk to you about 2 issues. One is one that I have been working on since I have been elected, and the other is one that we have been introduced to this year that no one ever thought would be a major issue, and it has become a major issue, and we've got to do something about it. The first one is the grid security, our electrical grid security. For those of you who don't know my background, I was first introduced to this problem as a young captain in the Air Force when we first learned of it as a threat against our military. And as our society has grown to be so dependent on electricity from the 60s, when the weapon was first developed, to today, electricity is the 3rd most important thing to sustaining life. Air, water, and electricity. Because there are many people who live longer without food than they will without electricity. And our electrical system is extremely vulnerable. And it would not take the Chinese in a big force, the Russians in a big force, to completely destroy our electrical system. It would take one rogue nation with one small nuclear weapon, with one medium-range missile, to place that bomb about 250 nautical miles over the central part of the United States. And in one detonation, we would lose over 90% of our electrical power permanently. And so it is something I think we need to do something about. And Texas is blessed because there are 3 electrical power systems in the United States: Eastern, Western, and Texas. Texas has its own grid. It's not controlled the same as the Eastern and the Western. We can do something about it. We need to have resilient communities in Texas. The bill that I had last session that couldn't even got a hearing in the Senate, got it out of the Senate, but it got killed in the House. We need to bring that back. And I asked, Mark, do you have the video?
Yes, we do.
This is a national issue. Trump has now issued 2 executive orders at the national level to take action to protect our electrical grid system. Our power companies are finally beginning to start designing equipment that can harden the grid, and they're finding it costs significantly less than what they've been advertising it would cost. And there's a group that's putting together a documentary. I have a trailer for it that I'd like to play for you, and then I'll come back and finish up.
Okay.
While he's working on that, I'll just tell you a couple of little things. Out of our initiative last time for resilient communities, the city of San Antonio, the military base, and the power company in that area got together, and they are in the process of a joint effort for a resilient community for the San Antonio area. They are taking the actions that are needed to begin the process of having a resilient community where their power system, the water supply and sewer system, the major infrastructure will eventually be protected, but they're doing it as a community. And it's the kind of thing that we need to bring to the rest of the state.
Sir, what community was that again?
San Antonio.
Thank you.
Who has a gun, who's not doing, who's gonna survive? Who thinks that you have something in your house that they want? They're like, how are you gonna treat your kids? This is old. There are after all 3,000 cities in the country.
Okay.
Why start?
For those that aren't familiar, when I talked about taking one weapon, what the DoD thinks is the most likely scenario is one of what they call a scud and a tub. That's simply a cargo ship with a medium range missile like an SA-2 parked off the coast of Galveston or New Orleans or Charleston, South Carolina, or even San Diego, and launching the missile that gets somewhere over the central part of the United States, Kansas, Nebraska area in general, at roughly 250 nautical miles. That gives it line of sight from coast to coast and border to border. Its explosion creates the gamma rays. You wouldn't hear it. There would be no physical damage. There would be nobody killed as a result of a nuclear weapon going off. It wouldn't damage anything, wouldn't kill anybody, but the gamma rays, when they impinge in the atmosphere, knock the electrons off of the particles in the atmosphere that then interact with the Earth's magnetic field and in turn induce huge currents into anything electrical in particular and metal in general. The currents are so large that they burn up whatever they're in. And it's the same effect that we get with what they call a coronal mass ejection. That's what we call a sunspot. They happen frequently, but we have actually experienced serious ones here. First one was in 1859, when a coronal mass ejection came so close to the Earth that in that time it fried our telegraph system, sent operators to the hospital, it burned them. They curled up railroad tracks that looked like pretzels and set railroad ties on fire. So we have it documented that both of these are real. the Scud in the Tub. A couple of years ago, we intercepted a ship from North Korea that had 2 SA-2 missiles in it, buried under about 10,000 tons of sugar, with all the launch equipment that was needed. The only thing that was missing was the nuclear warhead. So the practical side of it is extremely practical for it to be done. And it looks like they're about ready.
Awesome.
That's the scary thing.
Y'all hear it? Y'all hear it?
Imagine you wake up in your home, still darkness, there's no electricity, people are running around trying to take care of themselves. Who has a gun? Who's got food? Who's gonna survive? Who thinks that you have something in your house that they want? How are you gonna feed your kids? This is total catastrophe.
There are, after all, 3,000 utilities in the country. It's not one unified grid. It doesn't have one command and control system.
If the electricity grid goes down, you're back in the 1880s pre-electricity.
We don't get a second chance to come back and, reinsert the electricity for our medical devices or turn on the heat because we're freezing to death. This is real stuff.
The first day of a blackout, it's an inconvenience. The first week, you have riots. The first month, you have chaos. And the first year, massive deaths. If the grid goes down, you won't have heat, you won't be able to cook, you won't have your phone, there'll be no banking, there'll be no water delivery, you won't be able to run your medical supplies. We turn into total chaos.
Virtually every study I've heard has an anarchistic component to it. All the amenities of life now just start dropping by the wayside very, very quickly. And that then leads to rioting. It is almost inevitable.
It ends many aspects of civilization. It could cause huge numbers of deaths.
The threats from an electrical grid are not just EMP. It's physical, it's cyber, and it's GMB. It's a natural threat. We know we have been hit with, they call them sunspots. Coronal mass ejections is a more scientific term. The earliest we have of a massive coronal mass ejection dates back to 1859. It was called the Carrington event. And it took place, you think, well, we didn't have electrical power then. Well, we did have a telegraph system. And our telegraph system was fried coast to coast, and even in Europe, sent telegraph operators to the hospital. It burned up equipment, and it was so intense that railroad tracks were actually made to look like pieces of pretzel as the currents went through them, heated them up, and warped them.
It's not a question of if, it's just a question of when. Leon Panetta, when he was Secretary of Defense, spoke about a cyber Pearl Harbor. The president, twice in several New addresses, has warned about this kind of thing happening. There's no plan. There are plans for hurricanes, there are plans for snowstorms, there are plans for earthquakes. There is no plan for a cyber attack that would be infinitely longer in duration and more widespread than any of those natural disasters.
If there was a system-level EMP attack today, what would be the survival of the electrical grid system?
It really wouldn't survive at all.
It would not survive.
What would the catastrophic consequences be at a human level if you tried to live in a non-electricity world living the way we built our civilization?
9 out of 10 of us wouldn't make it. If an attack on the grid resulted in power going out and staying out for a year.
We actually know that the Russians, the Chinese, the Iranians have in their war plans the first strike plan to take out our electrical power system with an EMP attack. It's not speculation. We know that.
The Chinese and the Russians already have essentially cyber time bombs inside our power grid.
The entire country depends on the electrical grid for power. A fragile labyrinth of high-voltage power lines patched together over the last 50 years. Parts of it are old and overburdened. A single line failure can cause cascading blackouts over massive areas. Could the grid and its transformers in its current state survive an EMP or an EMP attack?
The modern grid is totally dependent on these massive transformers to interconnect power lines across the country. And the extra high voltage transformers are huge. They're hundreds of tons each. You have to shut down a freeway to deliver them. And you have to move stoplights and power lines and streetlights just to get them down the road through cities to get them delivered to the installations. In a grid down situation, there's just going to be no chance of getting extra high voltage transformers on site and installed.
Our chief what we're building are these big transformers. If you lose them, you basically lost the whole grid. And they're not manufactured in this country anymore. You're talking about 18 months to replace one transformer. And this country can't survive in 18 months. It probably can't survive for 6 months.
We got 1,000 transformers. There's no facility in the world that can build enough transformers fast enough. And you'll end up with massive social disruption.
North Korea just tested a rocket engine that American officials say could be intended for use in an ICBM, and they're talking about ballistic missiles.
North Korea, if they are successful on this journey, they can take down our power grid, our transportation grid, our financial grid, and they can do it overnight.
The Korean missile could hit the U.S. with an apocalyptic EMP attack.
The veil between civility and brutality is razor thin. So imagine what will happen in Atlanta if there's no food, no power, no money, and no transportation for 3 weeks, 3 months. Only people with guns and the boldness to go and take what they need to survive will live. And this is a frightening reality.
Whether it's Russia, China, Iran, North Korea, they know where there's vulnerability, and they're continuing to look at it. And I think it's time for us to close the door on that.
They know that we're vulnerable in these areas. The American people don't, but terrorist groups know this. And if they have funding, they can hire somebody that can go after and shut down our utilities from a hacking standpoint, or shut down transportation system, shut down the ATM network. All of these things would cause panic. All of them have been written about by intelligence agencies and militaries as the means to take down America.
Of particular concern to me are people who believe it's God's will to destroy us. Because those are the folks who you're unlikely to be able to deter. And the thought that they could destroy tens, if not hundreds of millions of Americans and effectively take the United States out by detonating a single nuclear weapon, not even very precisely, but just somewhere in space over this country. These are fanatics who believe that the demise of America and the destruction of Israel will trigger an event where the last Islamic Messiah will appear, kill the rest of the infidels, and then Islam will rule the world. And that's where the danger lies. Iranian scientists have been present in North Korea when North Korea detonated a nuclear bomb, and they are jointly working together for arming their missiles with a nuclear war.
Any nuclear weapon detonated at that high altitude will generate an electromagnetic pulse, which is a super energetic radio wave that will destroy electronics everywhere on the surface of the Earth.
An EMP pulse is a very dangerous threat, and it's a realistic threat. It's something that would basically, if you're not nuclear hardened, it will basically shut down any digital computer that is operating in the range of the EMP.
Beneath the surface of
Okay. Is that sufficient, Senator Hall?
Yes, that's fine. It's got about 5 minutes, but that's a trailer for a documentary that will be out later this fall.
Okay.
And so it does a whole lot better job of explaining to you the consequences. So I do humbly request that you give good consideration to us here in Texas taking advantage of being Texas with our own electrical grid and protecting it. So that was the first subject I wanted to talk about. The second, if I might, is one that I said is new, and that is addressing where we stand in Texas with the Executive Powers Act, or whatever you want to call it. It's the circumstance that we find ourselves in when a disaster is declared. I think we have found that the thoughts that were behind that bill when it was originally written back in about 1975, I think, nobody imagined this circumstance that we found ourselves in here. We were thinking about physical damage, tornadoes, hurricanes, fires, things of that nature. But the circumstance we found ourselves in now that's going on, and for a short period of time, week, 2 weeks, maybe a week, longer, a month in some areas for recovery, but what we find ourselves in now, approaching a half a year of no legislature involved in anything that has dramatically changed our laws that were debated, discussed, and were developed in the true form of Republican government we have, just totally set aside. I think it needs to have serious consideration if or when this happens again. I read briefly what I saw was the draft of it. My thoughts that I will give to you, thinking from the legislative standpoint, is that one, that I feel that when a declaration of disaster is made, it automatically triggers the legislature to come back in session within 2 weeks. They go together. They go together. And when they come back in session, it is like a regular session, not a special session. You understand, though, folks, that when we're in special session, the legislature can only take up bills that are sent to us by the governor. The legislature has to be able to act independently. We've got to maintain our separations of powers. Our founding fathers absolutely knew what they were doing when they spread that out over 3 or more groups, depending on how you want to define them. In our legislature, having the bicameral houses is a great idea. It's a pain to work in, but it works. And separate from the executive section is where our laws that are making the laws need to be. So my feeling is, and I've talked to other legislators, I'm not going to speak for them, but I don't think I'm inconsistent with the feelings of a number of them, but this is just me speaking. Trigger the session, and don't make it a special session, but make sure that the legislature has the power to address legislation that the legislator wants, not what the governor sends it. And that it does so within 2 weeks, that it has to be convened within 2 weeks from the very beginning. And it stays in session until the disaster declaration is over. That doesn't mean they have to be meeting, but they have to be available there to that. That would be the key things on those 2 items. So I'd be glad to take any questions anybody might have.
Rich Goss.
Yes, Rich?
Rich Yacht, Senate District 9. Senator Hall, thank you for being here to talk about the grid. I have a question. Most of the resistance, I think, has come in the past from the utility companies on
Yes.
this. And my understanding is that you feel like a lot of ground has been gained on that. Can you delve into that a little bit?
Yes. Over time, we've now seen, well, I mentioned San Antonio recognized with the Joint Base military group there working with them. General Quatts, who was one of the speakers up there, he's the guy that had the unnaturally bald head with the haircut he had, was instrumental in bringing the power company in San Antonio and the city together to recognize that they needed to do something as a community to survive. Cedar Point here in Texas, from many discussions I had with them on this issue, they have been fairly forward-thinking compared to many of the other power companies. They've actually built a SCADA, that's a control center, that is a survivable control center. A few years back with some special federal funding, they got it, but they also recognized the need to take a step forward, and so they came up with a design for a substation that is hardened, and they have a patent on it, and they have Siemens manufacture them. So they are actually building substations now that when they have to replace one, it's now with a hardened one. And then there are other power companies that have done similar things, kind of stepping into it. I think this is an area where Well, most of you know, I am very much a limited government person, but the power companies are not necessarily part of our free market system. They are a monopoly. And as such, we need to have some government oversight in what they're doing for the benefit of the people. Remember, if it had not been for government, with the rural electrification program, we would probably still only have electric power in the big cities today. And so it was a proper place for the government to step in and help that to happen. I think it's a proper place for us to provide the guidance for them to step up their level of security for it.
Mike Defino, SD26. Senator, thank you for your comments about the emergency powers. It's definitely one of the things we're looking at. You suggested when you talked about the special session, is it going to have to require a change to the state constitution for it to have a normal session outside of the normal time frame?
I think it probably will require a change. I think actually it should be something embodied. If it doesn't require it, it should be embodied in the Constitution. Because we're seeing a phenomenon that we had not taken into consideration before, and it's not something we want to have easily changed. So I think that it definitely should be what we do to make sure that we keep the legislature involved when we start waiving laws and making laws. That cannot be all within the execution of the law. We have got to maintain the separation of powers. And I think it'll probably take a constitutional amendment to make that happen.
Thank you for that, sir.
Any other questions for the senator?
I have one, Matt Stringer, SD31. Regarding the separation of powers and the legislature's ability to come into session, are you recommending the mechanism to trigger that, either the duration of a emergency situation being called so many days, or just giving the legislature the ability to say so many legislators can call themselves into session?
Actually, I would think that we ought to have both, the ability of both. I think the declaration of a disaster, and I'm okay if we address it so that if it's something like a hurricane that's in an isolated part of the state, that's different than when we have something that's throughout the whole state.
Statewide.
So I would be okay at looking at something depending on the area of the population covered and the length of it. We certainly wouldn't want to have, a fourth of the state indefinitely under the emergency order. So there's got to be some link between population and size. We certainly wouldn't want to call the legislature in for a hurricane that caused enough damage that we'd have things back to normal in 2 weeks. That wouldn't make sense. But I do think that, so it's going to take some discussion. It's going to take some looking at the impact more. So keeping it general, recognizing that anything that affects a majority of the state and would be in existence for more than 2 weeks, my feeling would be automatically call it for the legislature to come back into session within 2 weeks, and then go from there, and then stay in session. They don't have to be meeting, but they would be able to be the body that makes the decisions in changing the laws available after that.
Senator Holt, before I see if there's any other questions to follow on to that question, are we still in the statewide state of emergency over the Plumbers Licensing Board?
Can I say no comment? Yes, sir. Okay.
Any others?
Could I, one moment of personal privilege, if I could?
Sure.
On our current situation of the COVID. We will have a Facebook Live tomorrow night at 7 o'clock on our website, Senator Bob Hall, Facebook, Senator Bob Hall, Well, they interviewed 6 Texas doctors that are successfully treating COVID patients. They have treated hundreds of COVID patients successfully. And our objective is called Docs That Don't Fear COVID, because they don't. They know what to do. And what they will tell you is this is the only disease that we have out there in which we don't address early intervention. This is the only disease. If you go to the doctor with a concern and discover you're in the starting stages of cancer, they don't give you 2 Tylenol and tell you to go home and wait till you get to stage 4 and come back and we'll cut it out. But that's exactly what we're doing with the COVID patients. Because of the politics of this that have shut down the use of existing drugs, and these doctors will tell you about more than one. There are a number of them out there, all of which work different ways. Maybe not 100% when you get the full population, but a whole lot better than what we're doing now. It's the only, and they will tell you about it with the success they've had. And I'm hoping that we will change our strategy. Our current strategy is a strategy of hope. And Ronald Reagan said, hope is not a strategy. And I say that because the only thing we're doing is masks and shutdowns and social distances and separation. It's nothing to address the issue of the disease itself. There is nothing being done to stop the effect of the COVID. And when they speak of flattening the curve, for those of you who don't understand it, I'm not a doctor, but I am an engineer. You talk about the curve, and it's the area under that curve that is the number of deaths. When you flatten the curve, all you've done is spread out the number of deaths over a longer period of time. It does nothing to reduce the deaths, and we are not doing anything. These doctors will talk about how we can address this early, and it's just like if you had a fire in your house. You could put that fire out with a 5-pound fire extinguisher if you stopped the fire when it first started on the stove. If you waited until the whole house was engulfed, it wouldn't be enough. And that's what's happening out there. So tune in tomorrow night and you'll learn who these doctors are and what they've done and how we can change our strategy to early intervention with existing drugs that are dirt cheap. Thank you very much, and God bless each of you.
Thank you, Senator Hall, so much. Do we have any other elected officials in the room that wish to speak? Okay, seeing none, we're going to go into delegate testimony. We've got 2 lists currently. We're going to take them in order. The first were people that signed up yesterday that we didn't open it for committee of the whole testimony. Most of that was done upstairs. But we're going to go through that list. If any of those people that signed up yesterday are here, they're first. And when we go through that list, whether they're here or not, then we'll go to the list of people that have signed up today. And for those of you that may have just come in, there is a list out just outside the doors to sign up. And we'll go to that one if there's anybody on it after we finish this one. The way this will be handled is the lists are up here on my left. They'll be calling out the names, come up to the microphone. It is in our rules now that you state your everything about you that Big Brother wants to know, but mostly your SD and whether or not you are a delegate or alternate as part of your testimony. And we won't start the clock until you've actually got that and we've had a chance to note it on our notes. And you'll be allowed up to 5 minutes. You don't have to take all 5. If you're speaking on multiple topics, your total testimony for the multiple topics is currently limited to 15 minutes. So if you'd call the first delegate.
The committee calls Mr. Keith Nelson of SD6. Is Mr. Keith Nelson present? Not seeing him. The next is John Seagow of SD25. John Seagow.
Thank you, Chairman. Committee, my name is John Seago. I serve as the Legislative Director for Texas Right to Life. I'm a delegate from Senate District 25 in Travis County. I was really encouraged yesterday during introductions to hear the vast majority of you mention first that you were pro-life and you were here to work on the pro-life issue. That's what I want to address this morning. And as pro-life as we are, and we like to think that Texas is leading the fight, it's just not true. Oh, sorry. Thank you. It's just not true. Texas is not leading the fight to protect innocent human life. There's a national organization that I'm not affiliated with that ranks states according to how pro-life they are, how pro-life their state laws are. And because of our corrupt leadership, our apathetic politicians, and some fake pro-life bills, Texas has fallen to be ranked number 17. The 17th most pro-life state. Now, if you just walk around these halls and ask anybody, how pro-life are we as a state? They would say, we're number 1, we're number 5, we're up there. We used to be. But what happened was we adopted some bad policies when it comes to vulnerable patients in medical ethics, and we're going to talk about that. But we also have passed up opportunities to lead a top legislative priority. So these are the two things I'm asking you. I've passed out a handout on the Texas abolition strategy, and the key word in that is strategy, because Texas needs to lead the strategy. We just don't need to be leading in rhetoric. We already do that. We need to lead in the strategy, what bill we're actually passing. We need to be united around which bill we want the legislature to pass, because there are some elected officials that campaign pro-life, but they get into the Capitol and they say, that's a hard vote. Are we really sure about that? I'm not sure how my purple district will respond to me voting for that. So we need to send a clear message of what we expect our elected officials. Now, it's not just me asking you that, it is Senate districts around the state. 21 Senate districts or county conventions passed a resolution specifically asking you to make the Texas abolition strategy a legislative priority. The Texas and 25 Senate districts or county conventions passed resolutions calling for the repeal of the anti-life 10-day rule to be a legislative priority. So it's not just me and Texas Right to Life asking you, it's Texans in your district and across the state. Now, we all agree the goal is to abolish abortion. That's all over our platform. It's in our principles. It's all throughout our platform. We agree on that. However, what we're discussing is how. What we're discussing is the strategy, what we tell our elected officials to do to get us to that goal. And there's a couple of things that have been discussed, and there's a couple of priorities you have in front of you. You have 2 priorities. You have one that just says immediately abolish abortion, and you have another one that says we should pass the Texas abolition strategy. We have to have a strategy. Now, some of you are concerned about the Supreme Court, and you're concerned about the role that the Supreme Court has taken in making abortion legal, and that it's not their constitutional role, and that we got to put them back in their box, and I completely agree, thank you, that we have to fight back on the overreach of the judiciary. However, we're wanting to save lives. We have to do something that's going to be efficient to saving lives today and actually winning this war, actually challenging Roe. So some people are recommending that you ignore Roe. That's not a strategy. That's not actually going to save lives. We have to attack Roe, and the way we do that is pass very carefully drafted language that asks the court and forces them to face the right legal questions. Now, there's a lot of legal theory behind this. I'd love to talk to any of you who want the legal memos on this. But what you have in front of you, the Texas abolition strategy, is a one bill with 3 policies that will go into effect at different times so that we're pushing the right cases towards the courts. It's not regulations, it's not dealing with abortionists, it's dealing with the state's interest in protecting innocent human life. That's what Texas needs to assert, is we have a state interest that should be recognized by the court to protect innocent human life, and the Texas abolition strategy is how we plan on doing that. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much.
Who's got a question, please?
Any questions?
Mark?
I'll just Richie out SB5. Mr. Seago, there is some concern, this committee is going to be issuing priorities that need to be close to single subject. And there is some history on this issue with abortion, and I wonder if you could clarify something.
Yeah, that's a good point. So this is one bill. So there's 3 policies in one bill. It's very similar to the pro-life bill that we passed in 2017 that had multiple pro-life policies in one bill. And I work in the legislature. They'll call a point of order and say it's more than one issue, more than one subject. And we talk to the parliamentarian and we win those to say, no, the issue is banning abortion. That is the one subject. And there are 3 policies, 3 phases of doing that. The legislature does this all the time. We did it in 2013, and if you're interested in the parliamentarian rulings, I can point to those in the journal where the parliamentarian says, yes, the clear subject is banning abortions, so it's allowed to have multiple policies in one bill.
Mr. Chairman, J.R. Haas, SD7. So thank you, first of all, for your testimony, John. You say a strategy. So my question is, the first step in your strategy is pre-NDA, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so how is it strategic to push pre-NDA if it was just shut down in February? I think it's been passed several times by several states. So what is different about your strategy that's going to get that out of that court that's different from the other, I think, 5 or 6 times that it's already been passed in other states?
Yeah.
So how are we going to get over that hump?
Excellent. So there was a bill passed in Indiana that you're talking about. And one thing that we are very frustrated that our leadership has not led on this issue is because we're in the Fifth Circuit, and that is a strategic position. That court is looking for ways to challenge erroneous precedent. And so we need to give them that bill to do that. Now, the Indiana case, whenever that got to the Supreme Court, they decided not to take it up, but Justice Thomas said, this is the policy we need to rule on next. This is the policy that we need to take because it undermines not just Roe v. Wade, but it undermines the eugenic history of Planned Parenthood. And if you're interested in it, he wrote a 30-page discussion about the terrible racist background of Planned Parenthood. So Justice Thomas is saying states pass this. Now, if we get it to the Fifth Circuit, they will be able to ask the right questions. The Indiana case did not ask the right questions, but since we're in the Fifth, Justice Edith Jones can make those questions that we send to the Supreme Court to be focused on the core legal and ethical questions. You and I, we're not pro-life because we want Planned Parenthood to stop getting money, or because we want their hallways to be a certain size, or we want their doctors to have admitting privileges in a hospital. We don't care about that. We care about the murder of preborn children, and we want to stop that. That's why we're pro-life, and that's the truth that we have to have the Supreme Court face, and we're only going to do it from arguments like this in this discrimination bill that say abortion is at its core discriminatory and use the left's rhetoric against them. So I think that is the best vehicle to get to the Fifth Circuit first, to be framed the correct way, and then get sent to the Supreme Court.
So it's my understanding that the ruling in February was through the Fifth Circuit Court, is that not correct?
No, it was Indiana.
It's Indiana. Okay.
Any other questions? Yeah, that'd be great if you actually kept up with the questions while we're getting some other stuff done here. Okay, sure.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next delegate the committee calls is Mr. Danny Sermon of SD11. Mr. Sermon present? Not seeing him. The next one is Catherine Pitcher from SD5. Catherine Pitcher. The next is David Below.
David Bellow, SD3. I am a delegate, and I'm gonna speak on 2 different issues: abortion and equal shared parenting. I'll start off on the first issue of abortion, and that, of course,
Just quickly.
Sorry, yes.
The way we've got our rules set up, your first testimony is limited to one subject.
Okay.
And you can come back on a second subject, but
Okay.
you register, I guess, on the sheet outside.
No problem. I will do. I'll do the first issue I came here for, which is equal share parenting.
Okay.
And we'll come back to discuss the other topic.
And you have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. I've met most of y'all now. Probably before you even saw my face, got all my postcards and letters and emails, and there are several of us here today. We're here for equal shared parenting, and it's not just something that should be on the platform, it's something that should be a priority. As some of y'all have read and we've discussed, this is a very, very crucial issue. This is a crisis in America and especially in Texas. It's something that cannot wait. It must be a priority. Millions of children in Texas are affected by custody orders. Millions of children are suffering, are being used as pawns, are being fought over. The statistics are clear that, that particularly fatherlessness has caused the majority of people in jail. Fatherlessness issue. The majority of people on drugs, fatherlessness issue. Teen pregnancies, 7 times more likely without a father in their lives. Teen dropouts, teen suicides, even almost all the school shooters, no father in their life. Now, let me step back and make it clear. Equal shared parenting is not just about fathers. That's the main consequence of non-equal shared parenting is a fatherless America. But let's be clear, this will be for mothers and fathers because there are a lot of mothers out there who also don't have equal shared parenting and have to fight just to see their children. So what this law does, and 40 of us showed up at committee in legislative session last year, and this is a bill that was promoted by Middleton, State Rep Middleton, James White, Senator Brandon Creighton, very conservative Republican leaders, and it actually passed 7-1 out of the legislative committee. It would have gone to the floor and passed unanimously, but it keeps going to a Democrat chairman. And the only person who voted against it in committee at legislature was the Democrat. Everyone else overwhelmingly supported it. It's almost a no-brainer. Whenever you look at the issue, should a child have a right to be involved in both of their parents' lives, as long as both parents are fit, willing, and able? And the answer is yes. And the problem in Texas is the starting point with the law is when 2 people split, there's a standard possession order. One person's gonna get 4 days a month, one person's gonna get the rest of the time. The judges don't even have a standard checkbox for equal time. It's every other weekend or most of the time. What we're promoting is the new standard should be when both parents are presumed fit, and they're joint managing conservators, the new standard checkbox should be equal shared possession. 50-50 possession with that child. Then a judge still has discretion to do child support. Judge still has discretion to, okay, hey, this person has been alleged to have been violent, there's evidence, you should not be a joint managing conservator. The judge can still lower that time, but we should start off at equal 50-50 parenting because that's what's best for the kids. These children are hurting. This is something that will have the biggest impact, aside from abolishing abortion, in Texas immediately, because children will be able to see both of their parents equally. It will be a law. It will be the standard. People will not go to court and fight and have to spend money and destroy families and destroy society by saying, hey, no more fighting. You're going to share. You're going to learn to get along because it's about what's best for the children, and the children need both of their parents as long as both parents are fit, willing, and able. And that's why this should be a legislative priority That's why this is so important. And it cannot wait. It's not the number one issue, abortion is, in my opinion. But why are we wanting people to survive, to be born, and then put them in a situation where their lives are going to be torn apart? So I support equal shared parenting as a legislative priority. Thank you very much, and God bless.
One moment, does any of the committee members have a question for this gentleman? Anybody have any questions?
Mr. Chairman, Aaron Pena, SD20. Thank you, David, for coming and speaking on this very important issue.
Thank you.
We recently had 60,000 rioters and protesters here in Houston. Do you think if fathers were active in their lives, they would be out there destroying private property?
Oh, absolutely. I think it's not just the protesting. You see a lot of young people nowadays growing up. It's just unbelievable, the culture. And I think if they had a little more stable family life with both their parents, and particularly, a father figure, maybe they wouldn't be running around the streets protesting and doing all the other things they're doing.
Any other questions?
Yes, I have one.
Yes.
I know David did, well, it's been a long time no see.
Yeah, I
We
can see
served
that.
on the SREC together briefly, one term. You mentioned it a little bit in your opening remarks. Maybe briefly, another 30 seconds or so, do you have some other kinds of statistics as to, when you look at crime statistics, things of that sort, how much of that ultimately seems to be tied to growing up in a one-parent family as opposed to a two-parent family?
I've got a couple other guys that are here, and they've got the statistic sheet, but I can address that very quickly. I've actually got it on the website. I have, but I don't know that anyone can say that all these people who are criminals, it's only because they didn't have a father. What we do know, and this is what the indication, what we do know though, the statistics of the people in jail, the majority of them do not have a father. The statistics of the people, the teen pregnancies, the school dropouts, the common theme is they do not have a father involved in their life. So I don't know that we can say necessarily all these issues are directly resulting from no father, but what we do know is all these issues have a common theme, and they do not have a father. And when you think about it, I mean, as Christian conservatives, that's God made it to where a mother and a father, they're both vitally important. And that's, as a Christian conservative who believes in marriage and believes in a mother and a father and pro-family, we've got to believe that if two parents do split, that the child still needs that mother and father just as God intended it. And that these societal ills, they all have a common theme, and it's broken families and primarily no father. So some of these other guys are going to bring up some specific statistics, or I would be happy to come back with and these are statistics not by us. These are from the Health and Human Services, from the Texas Department of Criminal Justice. They compile these statistics of, okay, everyone in our prison, 80-something%, these are the kind of numbers, but 80% or more of all these issues, the common thing is they didn't have a father. So I think connect the dots, and we know it. Deep down, we all know we need our fathers. We need both our mothers and our fathers. And that's the way it should be.
Thank you, John.
Thank you very much.
Hey, Jesse, hold on just a second.
Yes, yes.
Hey, John, Jesse Taylor, Senate District 10, Tarrant County.
Yes.
First of all, I commend you for coming here also. But being an activist, I travel around Texas, and we go inside the Texas Juvenile Justice Department, and I speak to young boys. And I always ask them this one question: how many you got to follow home? 90% of them Every time. I don't care if it's 100 kids in the room, and we done spoke to 800 to 1,000 kids in the room, and you would see the kids' hands up. I say, how many got your fathers on? Maybe one, maybe two. Most times, none have their hands up. You know, so I commend you for what you're doing, man. I'm back.
Thank you, God bless.
Jonathan Gasser, SC12. Quick question, David. And because you covered this a little bit in the subcommittee, I found it interesting and I thought it'd be beneficial for the rest of the committee. Could you explain a little bit about, I mean, because it seems like it's pretty common sense, but you get opposition. Where does that opposition come from? And can you speak to why they do it?
The only opposition we ever have with this is the Texas Family Law Foundation. And the Texas Family Law Foundation is just a political action committee made up of lawyers. And, well, of course they oppose it because, you know, they make money off of conflict. They make money off of people fighting indefinitely. They want people every couple of years to go back and fight for custody instead of sharing. They want, you know, children to have to be fought over. And that is the only opposition we faced and we ever face. And it's interesting, Texas tort reform passed maybe a decade ago. And all those lawyers, they put family up on their side because they could no longer fight, make all this money in that arena because of tort reform. So now the probably biggest industry in law is family law. I mean, it's a billion-dollar industry. Everybody knows someone who's fighting, you know, who's gotten either a divorce or had custody issues, and it creates bankruptcies. It damages society. People use all of their money to pay for lawyers that are $300 to $500 an hour just so they can see their kids equally. That should be the starting point. You're both going to have to share and see your kids equally as long as y'all are fit and able and willing. And then y'all can squabble if there's some legitimate issues. But that would cut out most of the lawyers in family law if you just started off at equal shared parenting. And but to answer your question, sorry, those are the only opposition is the Family Law Foundation, which they have an interest in preserving conflict.
So would you think it would be a good conversation for the delegates watching, the delegates here in this room, to have a conversation with elected officials and find out if there's any funds coming from there and how that, if this is something that's a delegate would find important or interesting to themselves?
Oh, absolutely. I think that we've got to go to our state legislators. We've got to find out, you know, we've got to ask them, if this is an important issue, will you support it even though you're getting money from Family Law Foundation? We should have legislators who stand for what is right, not for who they're getting money from. And, but I don't think I think this is going to pass overwhelmingly if we finally make it a priority. If it gets to the floor in the Texas House, it's going to be voted on overwhelmingly, just like it voted out of committee overwhelmingly in the Texas legislature, because it's a no-brainer. But the problem is the money, which is being given to chairman of a committee, keeps it held up from reaching the floor. So we need to make it a priority so we can tell our Republican legislators, we need to send this to a committee that's going to send it to the floor and pass it. This cannot wait. Believe it or not, this might be a new issue to some of y'all, but this is something that for the past probably decade, each year it goes to the Texas legislature, but it never makes it out of committee, even though it's going to be voted on and passed, because special interest law foundations keep it from. So we need this bump. We needed a legislative priority to bump it up, put pressure on these legislatures to look. This is a major issue. It needs to be addressed this year. It needs to be voted on, and we need to help our kids. We need to help society. I mean, gosh, I don't even want to get into the hundreds of billions of dollars that this has cost society from food stamps to aid to families, because now they're bankrupt because they just fought in court over their children. So.
Thank you very much, Dave. Any other questions?
I have a question. Paul
Yes.
Yammer, SB18. Thank you for your passion. My wife is in CASA, and I see it every day. But I would like to ask you a simple question. What prevents the judge from starting at that point now?
I'm sorry, say that again?
What prevents the judge starting at an equal now? What prevents the judge from starting?
Okay, yes, that is a very good question. So Texas family law has a set standard. This is the standard possession order. And a judge theoretically can vary it from that. And the standard possession order is every other weekend for the person who's not given primary. Even though they're both joint managing conservators, they're both deemed fit, the judge, the law says even though both are good parents, the standard is only one of them gets every other weekend. And so these judges, they theoretically can deviate from that, but they don't want to get an appeal. They don't want someone saying, hey, you deviated, you were wrong. So it's much easier. It's easier for a judge to, since the Texas law says standard, this is adequate, this is what is standard every other weekend for one parent. It's much easier for judges to check that box because that's what the legislature says is appropriate, and they're likely not going to have to face an appeal. So by making it an actual box in law for them to check equal share parenting, it's going to make these judges a lot easier and willing to really push that, because they're not going to face legal challenges because the law says this is right. And so, I don't know, does that answer your...
Is the standard a law, or is the law just a standard, or I'm getting confused?
The standard possession order is a Texas law.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, J.R. Haas, SD7. So thank you again for your testimony. You testified in front of us in subcommittee. I just want to clarify, so I think it would help the body as well. So even in the case of joint custody, why is this a challenge? You know, what is it, like, shouldn't that be enough?
So probably most custody cases, the judge determines joint managing custody, joint managing conservatory. Both parents, on paper, are equal. Both parents are deemed to be able to make equal decisions for the child. But then you have this separate thing, which is possession and access. And even though the judge, in most cases, says both parents are good, both parents are equal managing conservators, the time has to be split up between the child. And Texas law only has standard possession order for them to check, or expanded standard, which is a little more time. And so what we're advocating is the law needs to be changed to a new standard. We need a new standard possession order, which is, instead of starting at one parent gets every other weekend, we're going to start it. If both parents are joint managing conservators, they automatically get, it's 50-50 shared time with that child, because that's what the child needs. And then you can work down from there. If there's a legitimate issue with a parent being not fit, the judge can still bump it down. But we're going to start. We're going to make the starting point 50-50 equal custody, so children can have both parents involved in their life, and so there's no incentive to fight. If you know you're only going to get 50-50, most custody cases aren't going to go to court anymore. They're just going to settle for 50-50, or they're going to go to court and just not fight because it's going to be automatic 50-50. And parents are just going to have to learn to share their child.
Great, thank you for your testimony.
Mr. Chairman, question?
Yeah, I'll let Ian.
I can't see him.
Yeah, I know, that's why we got a little bit of a.
Mr. Chairman, I feel like we have a lot of people waiting to speak, and it has
has been a very long time, and I feel like the committee generally agrees.
Out of order.
I have a question.
Out of order,
Out of order.
out of order,
Just
sorry.
quick question.
Yes.
Marion Knowlton, SD 19. I have a question about the children. That seems to be your emphasis.
Yes.
On the children are the most important thing. So do you take a stance on, or does it play any role, the no-fault divorce clause? Does that impact you at all?
Oh, absolutely. I think there's no question that, that when it was easier, when law changed to where it's much easier to get a divorce, or when you can do it with no fault, you had an influx of divorces, and certainly that absolutely, if you have a family and there's a divorce, you're gonna have to share the time, split it up. And so there's no question that the increase in divorce has caused an increase in children living in broken or split homes. So yes, absolutely.
Might be a starting point.
I think we've got one more. I just have one question. I have to commend you. I think you've done a better job than anybody else as far as direct outreach to our committee, or at least to me. I've gotten, I think, 6 points of contact, 7 points of contact from you. And I've read all the material. My biggest concern is that at this point, which conventions did it come out of? Because I know it came out of several. But I can tell you from polling the folks from my convention, this wasn't on anyone's list. And so my concern is how much outreach was done to make this a statewide priority rather than one or two counties that this came out of.
That's a very good question. A lot of people are kind of shocked that this is such a huge issue that they never heard of. And a lot of it is, it's been fragmented. You know, you've got a lot of groups that are now coming up. It took 30 years of broken families, people fighting in court, divorces, child custody issues, that now we now have all these families, groups that are starting, Equal Shared Parenting, Americans for Parental Equality, Fathers' Rights movements. They're now all coming up and realizing, hey, this is a huge societal issue that we need to address. And all these family issues went to the state capitol. All these family groups went to the state capitol just this past session, and 40 of us testified. And but there has not been one coming together of everyone and really pushing out the information and data. And that's what I'm doing here. That's what, with this convention, I decided, you know what? This isn't going to be some back burner issue anymore. This is an important issue that affects everyone, and it affects so many children. We need to come together. We need to come together. We need to send flyers to every one of the, I sent this to every single person in the convention. We need to bring Texas Republicans together and say, this isn't going to be a fragmented issue that no one knows about anymore. It's going to be a priority, and we're going to bring it to the floor for people to see and vote on, because a lot of them, like you said, don't know about it. We focused, because we're not a huge organization, we made a decision, okay, hey, if we can get just several conventions, county and SD, to push it up, if we can bring it to the floor, we can convince people that this is a serious issue and that it needs to be put on as a Republican Party platform, plank, and a priority. And so the fact that no one in your convention raised it as an issue, is it because I don't believe that if they were told this is an issue that they wouldn't support it? I believe they would. I believe they would believe it's important. It doesn't have the decades of groundwork from like a pro-life organization like Texas Rights for Life. But that's what we're doing here. We're coming together now. and we're saying enough's enough. We've got to stop fighting with our kids. Our kids need a mother and a father. And I promise you that if I were to speak to your convention, your delegates, that I could, that they would agree and vote on this, even if it wasn't brought up in your convention. I promise you, every person in your convention has someone, a son who can't see their child, a sister who has to pay for $100,000 in court costs just to fight over, getting equal custody. Everyone has someone affected, and this is us coming together now to make it a statewide issue.
Thank you, John. This is obviously very important, but we do need to move on. Any last questions, maybe? Okay, thank you, John.
Thank y'all. God bless.
The committee now calls for the.
David,
Mr.
sorry.
Chair, Mr. Chairman, Jonathan Gasser, so. Can we close the back doors? I hear music and I've been hearing people talking on the phone.
Yeah, please, if somebody will just try to keep up with the doors that are sitting back there, thank you.
The committee now calls Chris Howell of SD 24. Is there a Chris Howell?
He's our state parliamentarian, he may be over in rules, but,
It's spelled H-O-W-E-L-L.
oh, that's
That could be Chip.
different person.
Howell.
Chip, maybe?
Chip?
And I believe that, that my issue is already going to be addressed.
Okay. Next one is Mr. Fred Gruby of SD 3. Sure.
Hello, I'm Fred Gruby, SD3. I'm also the county chairman in Polk County. I just wanted to let y'all know that Polk County favors...
Excuse me, delegate or alternate?
Delegate, I'm sorry. We favor the immediate abolition of abortion, and we passed that out of our convention unanimously, and we didn't mess around with any other strategies, and that was on purpose. We've been down that road. One of the phrases that really gets on my nerves, to me, is keep it red. And the reason that it gets on my nerves is because we are red. We're so red. In my county, we can't get any redder. And yet, the most Republican thing that there is, which is abortion, we can't seem to get anything done, except for the Born Alive bill, which, to me, that just looks like they're passing something to make it look like they did something, but they didn't do anything. So my county is tired of that. Currently, the state legitimizes abortion by saying that it's legal to do, and they tell the state that they're not allowed to prohibit it. So this plays into people's mind when it comes time to make that decision. Should they not? Should their girlfriend, should she not have an abortion? So people that are kind of a statist background are going to put a lot of weight in that. Well, the government says it's okay. So I think we need to change that. And we need to change it to immediate abolition. One thing you'll hear, or that I'll hear from when y'all are making these legislative priorities, that y'all are worried that you might not have support when it comes time to fight for these things. Well, there was a hearing for the abolition bill last session. It had a lot of support. We were there until 3 a.m., letting all the people speak. I think it was, I don't know how many people, but there was about 4 or 5 that spoke against that bill, and the rest were in favor of it. So the support will be there. When we think of the other strategies, which we've tried and haven't worked very well, I heard them mention Purple District a while ago. I don't care about people's Purple District. Why should we pander with Purple District so we can water down what we're here to do? That makes no sense to me. I think most of us that like Trump like him for his boldness. He's not afraid to tell it like it is. Sometimes that gets him in trouble. But I think it's time for us to tell it like it is. I heard it said that ignoring Roe wasn't a strategy. Well, I guess come and take it wasn't a strategy either. That seemed to work pretty good. That's the bold way that you just come and take it. We set the priorities right here. I mean, y'all do it. I just really ask that y'all make abolition, immediate abolition, no other strategies that sound similar, make an immediate abolition our first priority this next legislative session. I'll take any questions if y'all have any.
Mr. Chairman, J.R. Haas, SD7. So two quick questions, just short. Brett, how many, do you know if your elected official supported any abortion language or any bills this last legislative session? Did he co-author?
I think our representative was what's the two levels? Co-author and sponsor. I think he was a sponsor and then was maybe gonna co-author and then was gonna leave a spot, because you only get so many co-authors from what he was telling me. And, but actually I think him and a lot of other people took their name off of that list for some reason. I'm not quite sure.
And second question, so you mentioned this committee. How many Democrats did it take to shoot down that bill?
0?
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you so much. The committee next calls Mr. Jeff Morgan of SD 16.
While he's coming up, I think Justin has a quick comment.
Yeah, and Justin Till, Senate District 14. Just to clarify, the levels of authorship on a bill in the House and Senate are author, of which there's only one, joint author up to 5, and then anybody in the chamber can co-author a bill. So up to 150 in the House, 31 in the Senate. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Please state your name, SD, and delegate status.
My name is Jeffrey Morgan. I am from SD 16 and I am a delegate. And I'm going to keep track of the time, so keep on track. I'd like to talk about the issue of protecting children by avoiding unnecessary family fragmentation. My friend David talked about protecting children by making sure they have access to both parents. I want to talk about unnecessary family fragmentation. And I'm very glad, ma'am, that you mentioned the issue of no-fault divorce. I've got this article, No-Fault Divorce Born in the Soviet Union. And no-fault divorce is the policy, the divorce policy of the state of Texas. So I'd like to do a real brief history lesson, if you don't mind. So Vladimir Lenin was the one who said, destroy the family, destroy society. And one of the first things he did was to implement a new divorce law. He knew that he had to destroy the family and he had to destroy the church. In 1918, he brought about he substituted ecclesiastical or church marriages and he made them all civil marriages. And he also made divorce on demand an option. Now, I believe at the beginning it was mutual, but as time went by, it became unilateral divorce, in which one person could divorce another person at will for any reason, for no reason. In fact, in 1918 as well, they had this place called Vladimir City. And because the important issue of the party was to make sure that the people were indoctrinated by the state, at the age of 18, girls had to register with the Free Love Association, at which point they could become somebody's wife for a month or whatever, and with or without her consent. So basically that was, you would have men that would have maybe 15 marriages, 20 wives, something like that. And the product of the pregnancy would become property of the state. By 1930, marriages could be terminated in an informal mutual agreement or unilateral abandonment, desertion without announcement or without agreement. By the mid-1930s, and actually prior to that, the Bolshevik Russia realized they had a huge problem: juvenile delinquency. Abortion rates were skyrocketing. They had kids that were being raised and did not have the emotional skills and everything, the intellectual skills, to become a good, productive citizen. So in 1936, they tried a new law to help stop this madness. The purpose of the law was to try to struggle with the issue of cavalier divorces. They tried to make divorces a little bit easier. The people of the USSR are convinced that not only in a socialist, but even in a perfect communist society, nobody will be able to replace the parents, the loving father and mother. And divorce, as we know, severs that relationship, often with the parents and the child, that type of a relationship. They also found out that extrafamilial families, or extrafamilial agencies, perhaps CPS, perhaps foster care, could never provide the love and nurture that a parent could. Anti-family policies were leading in a situation where many children in the Soviet Union, the urban generation, simply lacked the kind of socialization skills necessary to become a good Soviet person. Well, what happened is later on, the Soviet Union again tried to take measures to encourage keeping families together, to encourage large families. The Soviet Union has actually taken bigger steps than we have in the state of Texas. So I know I've got not much time left here, so let me go very quickly. What I wanted to talk about with the issue of unilateral divorce. No-fault divorce is putting lipstick on a pig. No-fault divorce is forced divorce. It's unilateral divorce. In fact, it's also unconstitutional. And if you look at the Texas State Constitution, you can also see the same thing in the federal Constitution. No unilateral divorce, divorce on demand for any reason, for no reason, forced divorce violates Article 1, Section 6 of our Texas Constitution, which stipulates that men and women have a right to worship Almighty God, and that no human authority ought in any circumstance to be able to control their interfere with the rights of conscience in matters of religion. Article 1, Section 13 states that every person shall have remedy by course of law. In a divorce lawsuit, you have a predetermined outcome in the state of Texas. The person who files gets the divorce automatically, without exception, 100% of the time. There is no remedy by law. Article 1, Section 16 prohibits making the bill of attainder or any law impairing the obligation of contracts. The Texas Family Code refers to marriage as a contract, and yet the state of Texas is impairing the obligation of contracts. Article 1, Section 19, no citizen shall be deprived of life, liberty, privileges, or immunity, and any man disenfranchised except by due course of the land. Article 3, Section 5613, the Texas Constitution forbids the legislature from creating a special law granting divorce. Unilateral divorce is just what the legislature has done. And I will take any questions. I tried to rush through that. Thank you.
Questions?
Question.
Sure.
Erin Knowlton, SD 19.
Yes.
So what would your recommendation be?
So I've got a few recommendations. First off, marriage is not just a private interest. Even the Soviets knew that there was a public interest in marriage. When you get a marriage license, what does the state of Texas say? They're behind you to have this marriage. We can't get a temporary marriage license. Can I go to the state and say, I want a 2-year marriage license? No. The idea is that it's supposed to be permanent. So the state has a legitimate reason to defend that that contract. So what I would say is this. First off, if you do have a situation in which there are people, because usually no-fault divorce is one person. It's not mutual by and large. It's one person. So the courts, in California, when Governor Reagan signed this in 1969, they used to have these conciliation courts first. That was the first step of the process. And it was to try to reconcile and save marriages. And actually they were seeing over 30% of the marriages approximately being saved. The Soviet Union did the exact same thing. Ukraine had done that. Ukraine, and they found about 50% of the marriages could be saved. And I think we need to have not just a cooling off time. 60 days is nothing as far as a cooling off time. There needs to be some type of active involvement, and the state should say, you need to prove to me, and the Soviet Union came to this place, prove to me why you should be getting a divorce. Because your divorce is not just affecting you and your children, it's also affecting our society. And as David said, talking about the increase in crime, juvenile delinquencies, taxes that you pay, all these different things. The breakdown of marriage is the foundational problem. You destroy the family, like we have been doing indiscriminately for 50 years. Many needless divorces, and one judge, Alice O'Leary, talks about that. Many needless divorces. They feel that we have an obligation to try to at least save the marriage. And if we aren't doing that, if a judge says, as a judge told me, I have to get the divorce, there's nothing I can do, even though all the evidence showed otherwise. There is something wrong with that. He's not acting in a judicial manner. He's acting in a ministerial manner. He's not exercising any discretion. He's violating the Texas Family Code, and we're also having our constitutional rights taken from us. But the idea is that some divorces are necessary. We're not talking about abolishing all divorces. Divorce is always traumatic for the children, even the necessary ones. But the unnecessary divorces are even more traumatic and cause greater stresses and strains. And that's why I've been talking about this issue, protecting children, to see both parents, protecting children from needless family fragmentation. I believe this whole thing needs to be a legislative priority as well. Thank you.
What would the cooling off period mean?
So that's a very interesting question. There is a correlation between a longer cooling off period and a reduced divorce rate. So I think what we should ask ourselves, is it better to see divorces reduced or increased? And I think all of us would say, well, wait a minute, if the marriages can be fixed, we should try to fix them. I can't tell you what it is right now. I would say that 60 days is way too short, because 60 days can be used as a hammer against your spouse. We've got 60 days to get this done. You can't, if you've been married for 25 years, you cannot resolve these things in 60 days. And I would say, I would be much more inclined to a year. Some states have 2 years. I know in other countries they have 5 years. I'm not telling you, this is not the issue that I'm referring to right now, but we do need to talk about the issue of an extended cooling off period. And the second thing is, because of the religious marriages, like say with Catholics who go through a specific, they take very specific steps to have a Catholic marriage. And the Catholic doctrine is marriages are indissoluble. So why is a sacrament of the Catholic Church, why is the state of Texas allowed to exercise its political influence and destroy a sacrament of the Catholic Church? There should be something, that's what Lenin did. Remember, he took the marriages out from away from the ecclesiastical authority, and he gave them to the civil society. And the civil society destroys marriages. And what these gentlemen, what David Bello talked about, he was being very nice to talk about what some of these judges do.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Very good.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, J.R. Haas, SD7, just a proposed suggestion. Can we read off at least every 3 people, like the next 3 people that are coming?
Great idea, yeah, without objection, sure. I might note one thing. I'm in favor of continuing delegate testimony through anybody's biological needs or lunch desires. You do have menus scattered around, and what Terry, he went down and got these for you. What he found out is that they will, if we order this, they can charge it to your room if you're staying here, or pay with a credit card if you're not, and they will actually bring it up to you. And I'll just leave it up to y'all individually during this delegate testimony phase to, if you have to go get something to eat, this might be a good solution to that. And, I'm not sure, well, the backside has a, well, never mind. Yes.
One comment there,
Terry.
I'll say,
Can't hear you. Can't hear you, bud.
it's the best $18 hamburger you've ever eaten.
All right.
Okay, I have Mr. Fred Ruby listed on here twice. I wasn't sure if you just signed up the next day or if you were wanting to speak on a separate issue, but if you're present in the room, you have an opportunity to speak on the second issue. Mr. Fred Ruby? I believe he left. Okay, probably just one issue then. The next three on deck is Mr. Mike Bellstick, Lori Mining, M-E-Y-N-I-G, and Mr. David Malou again. I'm not sure if he's wanting to speak on a separate issue, but Mr. Bellstick is on deck. And please state your delegate status, your SD number, and what you need to speak on.
Okay, my name is Mike Belsick. I'm from Senate District 24, and I'm a delegate from Gillespie County. I'm also a proud member of the Fredericksburg Tea Party and Gun Owners of America. My point for here is, the Democratic Party has many goals. We know that because they constantly tell us that. There are not very many things that, from my opinion, that they like about America, so they're out to change it. And as you listen to them, it seems to me their number one priority is to take our guns away. They tell us that over and over again. So I want to take them at their word and think that our number one priority should be gun rights in general. Now that's a rather broad umbrella to cover many different things, from constitutional carry to opposition to red flag laws, but the firearms freedom is sort of a general good topic to cover, and I don't want to go into much detail on it, but I strongly support that notion myself. Coming up after me will be Rachel Malone from Gun Owners of America, who is a subject matter on this issue. So if you actually have any questions on firearms freedoms and what all that means and how important it is, it might be better for questions for her, but I just wanted to go on the record that I support constitutional carry and all the things that go with it to keep the guns for us that the Democrats want to take away. So, thank you.
Did any of the members of the committee have any questions? The next is the committee called Lori Mining. Please state your name.
And what were the next two as well?
We have David Below again, and then Mr. John Seago. Proceed.
Good afternoon. My name is Lori Minig, SD 25. After hearing Bob Hall this morning, y'all have a lot on your plate, and I just think.
Beg your pardon, are you a delegate?
Yes, delegate SD 25. I thought I said that.
Nothing to be nervous about.
Oh, there is. My first time. I don't. And it's all. Okay. So I have rewritten this about 10 times, and I'm here because I'm a mad grandmother. Our Texas families were not protected in this last legislative session at all. I went up there for the first time because I got a glimpse of this. This is Planned Parenthood's, what they love, what their idea of sex ed is, and they're implementing it. This is soft porn. This also in the back of it, it has what their idea for abortion is. There are 9 different things that they're okay with teaching our 10-year-olds and 10-year-olds about abortion in the back of this. So I've had it. Y'all probably have already seen this and heard about it. It's the genderbread person. They're teaching this right now in Austin AISD to 7th graders. This teaches that in your brain is where you determine what your gender is, right here. That's where our children's imaginations are. I know I was the Sunday school teacher for little 3-year-olds. This is bad, and parents don't know about it. Every time I talk to especially a dad, which I've heard a lot about dads this morning, and they need to be protected. They get mad, even cussing. That's one of the first things out of their mouth, and I'm like, okay, but this is not good. Parents do not know that kindergartners in Austin, Texas, may get to read this book. Okay, there's also others. There's 30 in almost every public school library, just the libraries, 30 of these books, which are gender affirming, changing books. But it's made for little babies. This is for little babies.
Oh, God, it's sick.
I've had it. I went up to the Texas Capitol with this book, and I went into the Democrats' office and the Republicans, and I opened it to the soft porn. This means 10-year-olds get to, they think 10-year-olds should see this. This is not in our sex ed curriculum right now, but this is a view of what Planned Parenthood thinks all 10-year-olds should see. It's soft porn. Is that okay? Do we think this is okay? No, we don't. I hope we don't. But the Democrats shouldn't think this is okay, and they got an eyeful. The kids that were in those offices, they were shocked. They're taken aback when you see the full agenda on display. I've bought so many of these now, I'm getting a discount, because I'm trying to get them out so that y'all can see how bad it is. And the parents, most of them in Austin, Texas are Hispanic, the majority. A lot of them, English is not their native language, so they can't even, even if they saw some of the pages, which they don't really get to see them all. We were at the AISD. I got mad. It's only been a year that I found out about all this. So I went and spoke at AISD meetings, and we were attacked. We were called all kinds of things. I don't feel like I'm any of the things I was called. But it's because it's a huge machine and an agenda, and it needs to be stopped. And y'all have such a big responsibility. I can't even imagine how to even tell you to fix this. I know we need God. We've got to repent, every single one of us. And we have got to stop this. We've got to stop it. We're seeing it, like the generations, what has happened to them. It's through their history, it's through the books. And so, God bless you.
Did any of the committee members have any questions for this delegate?
Yes.
We have questions over there.
Right here, Janera.
Thank you. Ma'am, Janera Lewis, SD 27. Could you please spell your name?
My first name or my last? Both. L-O-R-I-E, last name, M as in Mary. Sorry, my voice is M as in Mary, E-Y-N-I-G.
Thank you.
Which county out of the 25
Travis.
Wow.
Ms. Riley, I have another question.
Hold on.
I have another
We
question.
have no questions.
Can I say one more thing? Okay.
Well,
I have another question for you.
let's
Ask
go
the
through
right questions.
let's go through the questions first. Yeah.
I might have a couple. Okay, Julie Pickren, SD 11. Which ISDs are currently implementing this, do you know?
AISD is, right now what we're seeing happening is the State Board of Education, that, what I just learned, and it really makes me sick to my stomach, is that they only give the minimum requirements. So right now, in the state of Texas, 28.004 says abstinence only. Well, one of their guys on a video conference the other day said, look at it, we can't do a lot, but look at it as if, say, one county wants to improve their math program. Well, they can do all they can. We just do the minimum. So it was insinuating that Travis County had improved. So then I thought, well, okay, so we can't even fix this through the State Board of Education. So where can we fix it? That's my question.
Rich Dion, SD9. I served on this committee 2 years ago as well, and every now and then somebody approaches that microphone, bringing an important message with courage. And I want to thank you for coming and speaking to us about this day.
Hans Hassenfeld, SD 29. So we have a candidate out of El Paso, Jennifer Ivy, that's running for the State Board of Education, and she covers a quarter of Texas. You don't think anything can be done with the State Board of Education?
Right now, what's happening is abortion providers and their affiliates and the LGBTQIA plus 8 more letters in our police department has been trained in those 8 new letters. Our tax money went to that. So they kind of come together, and their affiliates are kind of trying to get their foot in the door right now. So that's going to happen is that if they get these TEKs changed, then they're going to apply to every single rural community, whether they like it or not. So it's real easy to say, oh, that's just Austin. No, they are right now coming for all of y'all, right now. And if the board members, what they can do, they can keep it the way it is, which not one school district has to have sex ed. It's not required. But does anyone know that? Maybe y'all do, but the rest of the world does not. So I don't know how to get this information out so that the parents can stand up and say, we don't want it, we've had enough of sex. Stop it, please, you know. I don't know.
Thank you so much.
Did I answer your
Jerry Harper, SD 21. You and I have discussed this a little bit. Could you give us your opinion on opt-in and opt-out and the effect that it would have on our non-traditional values in the education system?
Well, I love the whole concept of opt-in, but we did talk about, right now, I don't know how to fix this thing. I don't know that opt-in will fix it. It just kind of slows it down a little because the parents, they get a stack of papers this big at the very beginning of school. And these are working people because guess what? In Austin, Texas, anybody that has more money can go put their kids in private school. The people that we're fighting with, they typically say, we've got to have inclusive schools. Well, they haven't included me. And they haven't included so many of us for the last 20 years in Austin, Texas. So to say they want to be inclusive, I was like, okay, look, we had to go. Maybe y'all need to step aside and let just the public school system be without all the sex stuff, you know. I don't even know if I answered the question. Oh, so opt-in, I could see how it might work if the parent was required to go see the sex ed stuff laid out. And in Austin, Texas, is a lot of pages. But they would have to go into their own library. They would have to view it, or at least play like they did, and then opt in their child. What we saw is that when they said that Austin School District said, oh, we'll show it to the parents, they made the parents go to a high school on another side of town, not in their own public library, in their own language. So there's been so many deceptive, tricky things that we're gonna have to cut this off at the roots. It's gotta be cut down. I don't know how. I
have one more question. You said that at the beginning of the school year, the parents receive a stack of papers. And I'm one of those that pay for private education, so I'm not very familiar with this. They do not ask each time, they just give a lump day approval for extracurricular activities?
I don't know those exact things, but right now I do know that this is the only one. so many people that I've talked to that said, did you know this is happening at your school? That the sexist is a little radical? No, we didn't know. And so I said, did you sign anything that's gave them, well, I don't know. We signed this pack of papers, it probably was in there. So if they have to go to the library to opt in and not do it on that first day, that would be helpful. That would be helpful. And have it out at least for like a week, maybe 2 weeks, so all the parents could see it with their own eyes. I guarantee most parents, if they see it with their own eyes, if they take the time to see it, would opt out.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Madeline Lucier, ST5. I just want to thank you for educating us today on this, and I love your passion. Have you considered running for the State Board of Education? We need people like you on it. Amen.
God.
Consider it.
Chip Howell, SD 25-4. Speaking of the State Board of Education, today is election day. You do have a runoff for State Board of Education, one of which is a true Republican and one is. I'll just let his.
I'm voting for Laney.
Let his, no, he speak for himself. I would encourage you to be active as you are, continue what you're doing, and be vocal. That's the only way we can get the grassroots, the people to know the parents know what's going on and to make the changes that we need.
I feel like I'm supposed to wake up everyone. The last place I thought I'd be is here. But everywhere I go, I see the loopholes. And so then it's like, this is, no, I don't know where else to go.
Well, another question.
Paulette Carson, SD3, and I also say to you, Lori, thank you so very much for coming today, the effort it took, the courage it took. You've overcome your fear, and we appreciate that. My question is this: do you have a way, a social media platform, a Facebook website, email address, anything you can provide this committee to be able to connect with you?
Well, I have a Facebook.
It'll be underneath your name. I would strongly urge you to initiate social media presence in every platform out there to get the word out, because that is proven to be, especially Facebook.
There's several already that I have learned of. One is Concerned Parents of Texas, and they're really trying to get the word out. I don't know, I just like not being associated. I mean, I love them and I'm associated in a way, but I just like I'm just tired of all these groups, kind of, I love that there's conservative groups, but I'm just wanting parents, grandparents, everyone to wake up. Concerned Parents of Texas is a good one. Okay, I'll try to listen. I wasn't listening well to you.
I've got, if nobody else has a question, I've got one more quick one. Comment and then a question. First, I too thank you, as you were speaking passionately. I can't remember the lady's name, but there was a caller on the Rush Limbaugh show about 10, 15 years ago that had that kind of passion. Y'all may have remembered it. It got spread all over the media and it ignited essentially a Tea Party-like movement. Really appreciate you coming here and testifying. But I'm just wondering, is there anything else, briefly, 30 seconds or so, that you wanted to say?
Dear God, help us right now, Lord, in Jesus' name. I pray that you would send your angels in this room. Protect everyone here in our Texas Capitol, in this great state, Lord. You know the attack on us right now. We just need your counsel, your strategy, your wisdom, and your discernment. And God, help us as parents, just as individuals in this great state, to come before you, get our hearts right with you, and do what we're supposed to do, which is stand. Stand for you and stand for everything that you have given us, which is so precious in Jesus' name. Amen.
Chairman, who wants to follow that?
Mr. Chairman, before we go to the next person, I have a question from one of my delegates back home, asking if there is a way for the remote testimony to happen.
We're still working on that possibility, but we're going through the in-person.
Understood.
Yeah.
I was asked the question, so.
Staff is working on that, not yet. If they don't get that worked out in the next few hours, we'll try again tomorrow. And if that fails, there will be some time, well, obviously the whole thing will be virtual on Thursday evening.
Copy. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, Darrell Haas, SD7. Just to point out, just showing the video that Bonnie was able to show earlier, I mean, literally, if we just have her do a Zoom call, we can facilitate the remote testing.
Right, with a Zoom type of, yeah.
Yeah, so it's already set up to provide that.
Right.
Sorry, I was gonna have my technical expertise.
Amen. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I wanted to advise you, there's only 2 names left on the sign-up sheet that I have here.
Okay.
In addition, the committee received an email, it looks like we're all copied onto it, from Christopher Wilson, who wants to speak. I don't know if he's present. He is present. And I add him to this list, and we do these last 3 names.
There's a list out in the hallway too. It may have some additional signups on it
Okay.
after, that page you're working on.
Well, the next delegate on deck is Mr. Jeff Morgan. And then it's Jeff Jaros, and we'll add for Wilson III. So up is Mr. Jeff Morgan.
And Chip Howell's back too. I think you called his name earlier.
Yes.
If you wanted to testify as a testifier.
No, somebody else can testify.
Okay.
So Mr. Jeff Morgan.
Jeff Morgan, SD 16, Dallas, I'm a delegate. I think I signed up twice, but as long as I'm up here, I'll speak very briefly on behalf of a couple of things that were talked about. When we talk about the abortion issue, one of the things that happened in Bolshevik Russia after no-fault divorce was passed is that abortion rates skyrocketed. Why was that? Because family structures were not intact. And this was something that was going on that even the peasant villagers were saying, that abortion now covers our village with shame. So when we talk about the issue of abortion, I think everybody who was pro-life should be for pro-intact families. Everybody who was pro-life, if they want to be consistent, should be saying, we should not have divorce on demand take place. When, with my friend David Bellow, as he spoke about the family court judges and everything, again, I think he spoke very kindly of them. I've gone into courts, I've started a court watch. I've audio taped and videotaped some. I have been appalled. I have been absolutely shocked at some of the barbarism that goes on in these courts. And again, it comes back down to the issue of no-fault divorce. When you have a predetermined judgment against you, when somebody puts a petition in for divorce, and at the very same time, by the way, can also apply for a protective order, which has criminal consequences to it, and you've done nothing, something is wrong. In Williamson County, there was an assistant district attorney, her name was Leslie Levy, and she was teaching divorce attorneys on how to use protective orders to gain leverage in divorce. An assistant district attorney in Williamson County. And the reason I know that is because I was there, I videotaped it, it is online. I interacted with her, I was shocked to see some of the stuff that she said. So when we talk about 2 people mutually divorcing, in many instances that's not the case. And when you look at what actually happens in the dynamics, you might have a man and a woman, and they say, hey, we can't make it work out. We do want to part, but we want our children what's best for our children. And yet what will almost inevitably happen is you get a divorce attorney in there, and they will start to put accusations against the other person. So that even if you were friendly to begin with, I don't know how many people I've talked with, they hate their spouse afterwards. And it's not the spouse, it's the attorney situation. The Texas Family Law Foundation, they give out this newsletter, and I get a hold of this newsletter, it's actually public, and they talk about all of these things that they're doing for you, and all these bad girls that they've killed. And every bad bill that they have said that they've killed has been an outstanding bill. Who is the you that they are talking to? They are talking to their family law people. They are talking to divorce attorneys. We have testimony from 2017 when Joelle Cannon Sheridan was testifying in front of Harold Dutton at the JJFI, saying one of the things I'm most proud of is my lobbying for the Texas, the Family Law Department or Division or something like that. She's a lobbyist. And yet in our state capitol, they often, like Harold Dutton will say, well, talk with the Texas Family Law Foundation about how to make this better. So I guess all I'm saying is I'm sorry for this second sign up here, but I wanted to support these people and you know, protecting families. I'm sorry I did not get to hear all of Lori's testimony. I had to step outside. I think I know a little bit about it, but you know, the whole thing, if she talked about the Kinsey-based stuff, and I'm not sure, Kinsey-based laws need to be completely repealed. That was a perverse experiment that was done. Other people can talk about that more. I am going to stay within my time frame. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you, sir.
Got one question here.
Bonnie Lugo, temporary secretary for this wonderful committee. I have a question. I work in the courts.
Okay.
And I see the people coming in to get married.
Mhm.
And I've heard you talk about the government
Mhm.
and about the church.
Right.
There's a lot of talk about taking marriage out of the government and making it a church issue because it's a covenant between God
Right.
and. Do you agree with that?
I do actually, and if you see the resolution that I amended for this upcoming term, that I said talked about unilateral divorce and that we should support covenant marriage. And the reason that's important is because, so for example, in February, my son got married, and he married this wonderful Christian lady. And there was part of me that was saying, God, I wish they would have gotten married in Arkansas with a covenant marriage. Because there are additional protections there. There are no protections here. And I think that it's actually, I would look at this almost in a sense to say that the way that we do marriage in Texas with the contract, the licenses and stuff like that, it almost seems to be an unfair and deceptive act of practice. When you enter into marriage, you think, hey, I'm going to be settling down with this person. We're going to invest our lives together. And yet, at any time, for any reason, that marriage has no legal protection. So marriage is really a fallacy in a sense in the state of Texas. It is basically legalized cohabitation. There is no protection for marriage. And that's the problem with unilateral no-fault divorce. And that is the policy of our state. And that is a shame because even India, the country of India, found unilateral no-fault divorce to be unconstitutional as it was practiced. The Soviet Union has passed on. I mean, we are stuck back. We want to think that we're Americans and we're getting better. You know, we can do things better. But we're trying to revise something that has failed. It is a communist ideology. But we're going to keep putting more lipstick on that pig, and hopefully it's going to transform into a princess. I don't know. But so I agree with you completely because until the religious liberty issue is a big, big deal. If I were a pastor, I would not marry under the state code of Texas. Even though you're supposed to do certain things, I would say no because you are not protecting this institution, which is ordained by God. Marriage pre-existed before the state. And the state has now co-opted the same thing that Vladimir Lenin, the state has co-opted marriage and has turned it from what was essentially a religious institution. And if you want to have a civil institution, that's fine. And I would say go far as this. Why don't you go to the state and say, I'd like to get a 2-year marriage license? And the state should say, well, sure, that's fine. Why won't the state do that? But with no-fault divorce, a 2-year marriage license might give you more surety and security than no-fault divorce. So, but I agree with you, absolutely. And that is in there as well.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Once again, thank you for letting me speak. Thank you.
I had accidentally overlooked a gentleman who signed up to speak on 2 separate issues. I thought that he accidentally just signed up to speak on one twice. Mr. David Below isn't actually on deck. The next 2 are going to be Mr. Jeff Morgan, Josh Jaros, and then Ken Moore. The next 3, yeah. Go ahead and start with your name, SD.
David Bellow, Senate District 3. And I'm
I'm here to speak on a different issue than before. This is, at least I think, undoubtedly the most important issue, the issue of abortion. And in abolishing abortion, I think that, history, in school, we read history books. We read about Hitler and how many people he killed, innocent people, or Stalin. And I fear what future generations are going to read about us, about the millions of children who were murdered, ready to be born, can feel pain, can, smiling on an ultrasound, and we're murdering them. And history books, from what I see, either you were for it or against it. There's not many paragraphs for the people who were just there and, trying to, well, maybe we can nudge it this way, maybe we can slowly end slavery. It was either, it was the people for it, fighting for it, or the people fighting against it. And back Texas A&M University, I took a constitutional law class, and I remember reading about Roe v. Wade and how they made their determination about abortion because there was no really consensus or settled law about when conception was, when, pain started, when a person became a person. And I used to be, hey, let's set up a case to where it'll go to the Supreme Court, but we all know that that's unpredictable. The only thing I feel at this point is really the best option. It's a drastic option. It's like the men who met in Philadelphia, July 4th, and said, we're going to declare independence from England. That's what we need to do in Texas. We need to say, we're going to vote in the legislature to declare that an unborn person is a person and has a right to life from conception. And if the federal government wants to say otherwise, who cares? And you know what? That sets up the best court challenge. Because we're talking about what can we do to set up a court challenge to the Supreme Court? Well, you know what? If we just say, we're Texas, we're going to stand for unborn people because they are people. We've declared it, we've made it law. That's going to fast track it to the Supreme Court because now you've got a state who is rebelling and not following precedent and not following federal law, which is allowing it. And guess what? It's going to have to be heard. It's either that or I guess they send in troops and force us to have abortions. I don't know. So, I just wanted to have a little conversation with y'all about this. And I believe the only thing history will show is whether we were stood up and said, we're going to stop this now, or whether or not we went along with it. And I think we need to make sure history shows that we stood against abortion unequivocally. Unborn people are people with rights from the time that they're conception. And so I would support the more drastic measure of taking a stand and saying, we're going to abolish it, we're going to create a law, Texas is going to do it. Doesn't matter what the federal courts say, doesn't matter what the federal law says. That's what we're going to do, And we're gonna make a stand, and even if we lose in the end, history will show that we stood for fighting for unborn children. Thank you and God bless.
Did anybody have any questions? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Point of inquiry.
Yes, sir.
Would a motion be in order to propose a amendment to the standing rules of the committee regarding time?
It would, but let me review the rules before we look at that, and I'll send a copy out to everybody, so everybody's got a copy of the as-passed standing rule before we take up something like that. But yes, it would. Proceed for now.
Go ahead and make the motion.
No.
Oh, no.
Go ahead and proceed with the testimony, at least for one or two others, while we send the standing rules out to everybody.
Fantastic. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
The committee calls Mr. Jeff Morgan of SD 16.
Sorry, I sat up quite a few times. I was just wanting to make sure I got to speak. I drove 4 hours down there. I wanted to make sure.
Mr. Chairman, I must ask that delegates who have not spoken yet be put in precedence before delegates that have spoken multiple times.
He's out of order.
Robert's rules are pretty irrelevant if people don't get to speak, Mr. Chairman.
The gallery is not supposed to shout out like that.
Point of order.
That's how
Actually,
it works. We could have an issue like that raised by the committee members, but not just from the back.
Okay, that's fine.
The committee calls Mr. Josh Garros to speak. Please state your name, SD, and delegate status, and the thing you're going to speak on. Thank you.
Yes. Good afternoon. My name is Joshua Jarris. I'm Senate District 4. I'm going to be speaking on equal parenting, and I'm a delegate here to the convention. This is my second convention. I just want to kind of touch up a little bit of what David said, maybe give you a little different perspective. When we're talking about equal parenting, we've often talked about the starting point. The legal term for that is called the rebuttable presumption. That's just where you're going to start when you walk into a courtroom. For instance, we have a presumption of innocence if you're ever in a criminal trial. You're presumed to be innocent. That way there has to be a boundary that must be crossed to prove that you are guilty. And that is a protection, is a fundamental liberty that we all have. I believe that is a fundamental liberty of every child and every parent, that there should be a presumption that that child needs both of his parents or her parents in their lives. We don't have that right now. We have a judge deciding which parent is the better parent. Well, what if you have two amazing parents? Well, unfortunately, there's going to be a conflict. Because I can tell you right now, any decent parent does not want to be the parent that's getting just weekends with their children. So you go there and you sling mud at the other parent. And you create a situation where for the rest of that child's growing up time, and even after that, parents, they lie and they say horrible, nasty things to try to make themselves look better in the eyes of the court and the eyes of the judge. So what begins with a fight is going to continue with the fight. Now, Kentucky passed an equal parenting bill in 2017, and I want to share with you some of the benefits with that bill. There was, just for reference, there was only 3 nay votes in all of the Kentucky legislature, in the Senate and the House of Representatives. In the few years that this has been in effect, divorces have gone down. Litigation has gone down. Since our laws in Texas that we have now are currently in place, our litigation has gone up 400%. The lawyers love this legislation because, face it, where else are we going to go? I have thrown over $100,000. In my case, we got another father here that spent $200,000 just to try to get time with our children. The Kentucky bill has been a huge success. It'd be great to make this a legislative priority. This is our party. This is my party, the Republican Party. I need y'all helping me out. This bill right here is going to shrink government. It's going to reduce the need for family court judges. We're not going to have all this endless litigation. My county had to add a judge this last session because the courts are being overwhelmed in Montgomery County right now. Less taxes. Think of all the money that will be saved from the social programs. Fatherlessness is a $100 billion a year problem in the United States. That number comes from 10 years ago. It's only increased, and that doesn't include all the incarcerations, the prisons. Kids are hurting. You know, I could give you some statistics here at the end. And I liken it to this. I actually I have a degree in evangelism. It's kind of like a pastor. And we talk a lot about this as pastors about fruit and root. And we always talk about the issues that grow up out of something. And we've got a lot of issues with fatherlessness, like drug abuse, teen pregnancy, and all these different things, incarceration rates. Those are the fruit that we're seeing right now in our society. We talk about these school shootings. Did you know that the young man down there in Santa Fe went for periods of 6 months without seeing his father? Almost every shooter, mass shooter, has come from a fatherless home. There's been very few that have not. I interviewed some inmates at the Montgomery County Jail, and I spoke with a man there who had grown up without a father. And I asked this question: would it have made a difference if you had a father in your life? He was in there for drug use. His response to me was, if I had a father in my life growing up, it would have made all the difference in the world. Out of 30 inmates I interviewed at the Montgomery County Jail, 27 out of 30 came from a fatherless home. Our prisons are full of fatherless people. So greeting card executives decided that for Mother's Day that they were going to show up at a prison, at a federal prison, and hand out Mother's Day greeting cards for all the inmates. So they showed up with some boxes of cards, and it was such a huge success that they ran out of cards. They had to head back to the office and pick up more greeting cards for Mother's Day.
Time. Did anybody have any questions?
Keep talking. You need some more time, Josh?
I could use just a second.
Right, Mark?
You can make a motion first.
I make a motion, Jesse Taylor, work for my Senate District 10, and I would like to give Josh some more time to speak so he can actually get his point across.
I second.
Jonathan Gaspar.
How much time? 2 minutes?
At least 3.
Sorry. Say that again?
2 or 3. With 2 or 3, get you.
Well, I don't really want it to be unlimited.
At least 2 or 3 minutes.
2 or 3 minutes more?
He's
Okay.
at 5 now, he's at 5, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're at 5, we said that we can at least let him do 8, so he only got one topic.
Sorry?
He's only got one topic, right, Josh?
I'll stick with one if you give more time.
You know approximately how much more you need?
You give me a couple more minutes, I'll be happy with that.
Okay. I'll make that 3 minutes. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposing? Nay. Proceed.
So they decided it was such a huge success that they decided that they'd go back for Father's Day. And so they showed up with these boxes of cards. Except nobody showed up because nobody knew who their father was. In Texas, we have 7.25 million children. If we get this passed, that has the potential to affect 2 million children here in Texas who are going through divorce. I'm just going to read some statistics for you really quick about children that are in fatherless homes. 63% of youth suicides, 90% of runaways, 71% of high school dropouts, 85% of children with behavioral disorders, 70% of juveniles in state institutions, 75% of rapists with displaced anger due to fatherlessness, 75% of youth in substance abuse centers. These children are twice as likely to end up in jail, 4 times more likely to be poor. Girls are 7 times more likely to become pregnant as teenagers. Girls are 100% higher at risk for obesity. Children are 270 times more likely to end up dealing drugs. Children that have equal parenting are less likely to divorce. They have higher test scores. You know, this was an issue that was never in my backyard until I went through it. I did everything that I could to save my marriage, and I'd do it all over again. But nobody knows about it until you go through it. We just started getting politically involved last session. It was our first Republican convention this last time. This is our second one. We don't talk about it. Fathers don't talk about our problems. But I can assure you that in your districts, every single district, you have fathers that want to jump on this issue. They need your help. We're just learning to get politically involved. We're just learning the process. I hope you guys will make this a priority. This has the potential to cause such great positive things in our society. Other than abortion, this should be the number 2 priority. Thank you.
Questions?
Janera Lewis, pardon me, Janera Lewis, SB 27. I am a numbers person. Is there some way you can get those statistics to us?
Yes, if you guys give me a little time, I will get you an email and send you over. Most of these statistics were from the U.S. Census Bureau and the Department of Health.
Thank you.
Yeah, if you could send it to either myself or Bonnie or any one of us, and whoever gets it ends up forwarding to everybody else. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
I did just send out twice. Once was successful, the standing rules. You should have that in the inbox. Let's hear from one more delegate, and then we'll revisit the 5-minute rule.
Next delegate up is Mr. Ken Moore with SD 11. And then the next two after that is Stuart McMullen and Christopher Wilson. So be prepared. Mr. Moore, you may proceed. Please state your name, SD, and issue you like to speak on.
Thank you very much. Ken Moore, SD 11 in Missouri County. I want to talk about election integrity. Specifically, I want to talk about the requirement in plank 189 that, that we encourage or we support the verifiable paper trail. You know, a lot of people are going to disagree with me on this, and I understand that. And it's not one of these things that I can wag a finger at you and say that you're not being loyal, or you're being ignorant about it, or you're being, you don't care about democracy. I believe every one of you are patriotic Americans, and you deeply care about this. And I'm not going to say that you're uninformed either, because I know this is one of those topics that have been passed around quite a bit and well discussed. I am going to ask you to keep an open mind and rethink some of this stuff, because there's some unintended consequences that could come from imposing this system on all the counties. November 5th, 2019, in Midland ISD bond election, there was they used the ES&S ES200 election system, which is one that's being pushed right now very heavily. It's a hybrid system, has electronic, and it also produces a paper ballot. On the 5th, the election night results from the thumb drives and the election scanners showed bond passes by 18 votes. Now, on the 12th, the ballot by mail count flips the result to bond losing by 25 votes. So 3 days later, there's a recount of the paper ballots, and it shows the bond passing by 11 votes. And this was signed by a judge. It was a certified election. However, the recount committee noted a discrepancy that 820 more votes were recorded on the thumb drives than in the paper. And the discrepancy was upgraded to 840 votes later on. And of course, accusations went back and forth about this. There were some that talked about paper ballots counted were did not have the required election judge signature or stamp. So now go down a little further. The 16th, the election administrator finds another box of ballots in their room somewhere. And this box has 836 paper ballots, including one stray sticker laying on the floor that's outside the box. Questions are raised about the chain of custody and the problems with the found box. The box was physically different than the blue boxes, the blue ballot boxes used by the ES&S system. The serial number on the box found did not match any of the serial numbers in the chain of custody documents filed by the election administrator. The found box was identified as a box used for voting at the central voting station, the elections office administrator. So next year, this year, January 17th, the paper ballots found in the box were counted, added to the previous recount results, and the bond fails again by 26 votes. There is no reconciliation between the 840 vote discrepancy discovered by the recount committee and the 836 paper ballots found in the missing box. It was a mess. Now, you can dismiss this as saying this was a case of rank incompetence, and okay, I'll grant you that. But suppose you have your act together. Suppose you're a county that has everything 1 minute. Man, that's my joke. If you tried doing paper ballots here in Harris County, you could set yourself up for a nightmare. Because here, you can have 1.5 million votes. And suppose there's a recount. That means you have to go through all those ballots for whatever district needs that recount. And then, God help you, if there are 2 recounts and you have overlapping jurisdictions, that means you got to get to the first recount first and then go through the second recount. And it can be months before you know the final result. So I'm not going to tell you to do away with this altogether. What I'm going to ask you to do, don't impose it on the counties that don't have this. I'm from Missouri County. Our elections we have our act together. We don't need this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Pardon me, sir. Did anybody have any questions for this gentleman?
Senate District 9, I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name.
Ken Moore. It's like using a robot.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Ken, I had one quick question. You mentioned, pardon me, I'm snacking. You mentioned there were additional votes on the thumb drive versus the paper, or maybe I had that backwards. At one stage in the recount, are you saying that the electronic count by the ESS system, without any influence from the mail or early ballot kind of stuff, was different than the ESS paper part?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Matt Schwinger, SD 31. You're referring to the Midland Mystery Box election fiasco last year, correct?
Yes.
I actually extensively reported on that professionally, and it was quite a surreal episode.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. Sean Cheevan, SC 17. Just want to remind my fellow
Okay, let me repeat that then. When the count was first made, the electronic votes were 820 more than the paper ballots that were counted. And then that was later upgraded to 840. So that's 840 more votes electronic on the thumb drives than you had in the paper. And then later on, an election worker found a stray box. I don't know the story behind it, but it was somewhere in their stuff, and pulled it out, opened it up, and there's 836 ballots sitting in this thing, including one that's sitting on the floor that were not in the box. This is one of the weaknesses behind, in my opinion, paper ballots. Things get lost, and it's the term paper trail. I understand the purpose behind that. You're thinking this is a backup, everything else blows up. You've got paper to back everything up. But in reality, this is a paper ballot, because you've got a machine that prints out the paper, pushes on another machine that counts it. And if this paper gets lost, there goes your vote. If it gets damaged, unreadable, there goes your vote.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you, sir. The committee calls Mr. Chairman, were you ready to entertain that?
Yes,
motion?
yes.
I would like to, Matt Stringer, SD 31, I would like to move to amend the standing rules of the committee to limit, that's the public testimony to 3 minutes, down from 5 for the single subject.
Okay, so this would be on rule number, which one is that? 4? 3. That's on 3.
Point of information.
So it would be on rule number 3 to change the 5 to 3 minutes.
Yes, sir.
Yes, somebody had a point of information?
Point of information, how many people are on our written list there? And that was
Whole
like
page here,
roughly
page there.
20, 25, something like that, Kelly.
20 more speakers.
Okay, and we are also trying to get online, set up.
Yeah.
Possibly. Is there gonna be an online opportunity tomorrow for people?
Yeah, I mean, well, like JR said, we can just go to Zoom, and if we make it work on Bonnie's, that's fine. If not, we switch over to mine. So yeah, there's quite a few testifiers left at this point, and I'm glad they are. I think we've seen some really powerful testimony today.
I do too.
And I would also add that there's nothing that says that just because you're on the list, either the paper list or the online list, that you are guaranteed a right. We can just run out of time and have to do the committee business. And, we may reach that point. But, it's up to the committee at this point, because we did put it in our standing rules.
So, how long do we expect to go with testimony today?
What is that? That'll be another
60 minutes.
60 minutes if we look at that. I think that's completely reasonable. It's probably gonna be longer than that when we ask questions and those kinds of things, but I think that's still within reason.
John Gray, SD 30. 20 people at 5 minutes each, that's 100 minutes.
Yep.
Questions, we're looking at 2 hours.
Plus transition time.
Yep, yep.
We're looking at 2 hours.
And it is 1:30 and 4 o'clock is our scheduled time to cut off public testimony. So to me, I think we have enough time to still do the 5.
Right, yeah.
Cuts out a virtual testimony.
Mr. Chairman, point of
Yes,
inquiry.
yes, sir.
Do we have a published schedule? Our subcommittee came in late after all this was determined. Do we have a published or posted schedule?
No, we do not at this point.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, any more discussion on changing from 5 minutes to 3 minutes?
Correction, it's actually 7 o'clock that we have public testimony at 5 and 3 o'clock depending on the remote testimony. So we still have plenty of time allotted for the 5 minutes.
Okay.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, sir.
I'm Sassenfeld, SB 29.
them the opportunity to speak, and I would just tell my fellow colleagues, maybe we just cut the question time down.
Mr. Yes, Taylor, I second that also. Sir, is any names repeating on that list? Because I know we had a couple people, their names, they kept putting their names on there, so you might want to check that to make sure we don't have any, repeated, people signed up.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, Mr.
Wait,
Ross.
hang on a second, Sean.
They can't sign up, I'm just.
So Sean Sheehan, SC17, I just want to 100% echo what Alan's just said, that, you know, if we stay to 5 and then we all use prudence with our question, I would even encourage folks to maybe step away from the dais and approach delegates directly to get some clarifications, since that way you can introduce that during debate later today or tomorrow.
Mr. Chairman, Jim Ross, SB7. I know we're under an amendment, but maybe we can ask, or just clerically, we put people that are repeat testifiers at the end of the list until somebody's done their first testimony.
I only have one repeat on
That would be a separate amendment. That was the intent of leaving it to the chair's discretion with the rule, the sentence that y'all struck out earlier. But, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to so noted.
There's only one repeat.
Sorry?
I'd like to call the previous question.
Okay, we have to vote on that. All in favor of calling the question on the amendment going from 5 to 3, say aye. Aye. All opposed, nay?
Nay.
It carries. Okay, now we'll vote on the amendment itself. All in favor of reducing the time from 5 to 3 minutes, say aye. All opposed, nay?
Nay.
Amendment fails. Okay, let's proceed with testimony. Thank you.
I'm gonna remind everybody to give your CD number and name. when you-
CD or SD?
Excuse me,
SD number.
SD number and name when you're speaking, please. Thank you.
Are we ready to proceed? The committee calls Mr. Stuart McMullen of SD5. And next due on deck is Christopher Wilson and John Pellegrino. You may proceed, sir.
Howdy, my name is Stuart McMullen. I'm from Williamson County, Senate District 5. I handed out one of these to every one of y'all yesterday. And I don't know if you had the time to read it, but I wanted to bring some things to your attention. The Texas Family Code has a rebuttable presumption that the standard possession order is in the best interest of our children. In 2019, that means that one parent had that child 91 overnights, and the other one had that child for 274 overnights, roughly 75 to 25%. And if you looked at the monthly breakdown, in January of 2019, the non-custodial parent got that child for 3 nights. 5 nights in February, 4 nights in March because that parent did not have spring break, 5 nights in April, 5 nights in May, 5 nights in June, and it goes from there. And our legislature, who has been controlled by Republicans for a long time now, thinks that that is in the best interest of our children. Well, guess what? It's not. There's new research out there that shows that this social experiment that we've been doing for the past 40 years is horrible for our children. It's time that we make this a legislative priority, that we put constitutional equal shared parenting as our priority, one of the top 2 or 3. I have 50-50 now. It took me 8 years and 37 court appearances, but I got it. And this will be my 4th session at the Capitol to go and testify at the committee hearings. In 2015, it passed out of the Juvenile Justice and Family Issues Committee on a 4-2 vote. In 2017, we didn't get a hearing because of the Texas Family Law Foundation and the deep pockets of our family law attorneys. 2019, we had a hearing and it got passed 7-1 with the only nay vote coming from Talarico out of Round Rock. Had it not been for that nay vote, we could have gone straight to the calendar, or straight to the floor on a unanimous vote. This is overwhelmingly bipartisan. This affects Republicans, it affects Democrats, men, women, black, white, yellow, brown, all colors, all races, all genders. We need to do what's best for our children. And y'all need to make this a number 1 or 2 priority for the legislature this year. I'll be happy to take any questions.
Mike Neffendahl, SG 26. That was in the House. Did you also have a Senate sponsor?
Pat Fallon filed a bill last session. It was a sister bill to Mays Middleton's bill.
Appreciate it, thanks.
Walt Smith, SB 25. I know that you've heard about this issue from several speakers already. And I've actually done a little bit of research since our last speaker earlier today. And what impact did it have whenever we had the shutdown earlier this year, specifically on protection orders or on shared custody orders, rather? I know
So-
there was a disparate impact. I just want to make sure or see if that has any impact on what we're talking about.
Yeah, so, the way that the family code is written, if you have the expanded standard possession order and you had spring break, then you would return the child to school on the Monday following spring break. Well, school got canceled. So a lot of parents used that opportunity to say, well, school hadn't gotten back in session, so I technically don't have to return the child to you. And a lot of times, I think this year was the even year where the fathers didn't have the spring break, so some of them still haven't seen their children. I got a call on Tuesday from a woman out of Florida, and she went from, she's from California, she went to Florida for vacation with her daughter. COVID happened, she lost her job in California, lost her house in California, and stayed in Florida with her daughter. The dad is left there in California without any possession. So it could, there's one thing that the Supreme Court of Texas did during that time. They did issue a ruling that just because the school has not started, you have to stick with the school calendar. And so they made that preemptive without even someone filing suit.
Mr. McMullen, Aaron Penyaski, 20. We've heard a lot about the statistics and inequality of the standard order. I know this is Legislative Priorities Committee. Let's talk about the politics. Do you believe that this is an issue that will galvanize fatherless children, and even some mothers come election day?
So it doesn't just affect the immediate family. It affects grandparents. It affects aunts, uncles, cousins. I come from a large family, and I know that if this bill were to, if this resolution or plank were to be our priority, that would generate a lot of energy from my family alone to go out and push the Republican Party to their friends and their network. Yeah.
Any other questions? Thank you, sir.
Jessica, SDT, I just want to commend you. You said you took 8 years to get custody, 50-50 custody of your son. I just want to commend you. That's it.
Thank you. I got divorced in 2013. Well, the separation happened in 2010. We had temporary orders in 2012 and then final orders in 2013. In 2016, I removed my case to federal court to challenge the constitutionality of the family code. And I was in federal court for 2 years I took it to the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals before I got renamed.
Wow.
Yeah. And all that could have, whatever funds you were out of, that could have went to your child's education, college, and things of that nature, right?
Exactly. I think between my ex-spouse and I, the amount of money we've spent on attorneys and enriching them and their children, we probably could have paid for a house for our
Pay for
son.
your house. I know Josh was the same way. He told me he was out like 100,000. So that, yeah, this is definitely something that needs to be looked at.
Right.
I commend you though.
Thank you.
The committee calls Christopher Wilson of SD 10.
Thank you all. Now, originally the tone of my presentation today was going to be a lot more upbeat, I guess.
Could you please state your SD?
I'm getting there. However, after watching the
One moment,
testimony,
please, one moment, please.
No, absolutely not.
My name is Christopher Wilson. I'm a delegate from SD 10. I'm also a double major in geology and history at Texas Christian University, and I am the secretary of the TCU chapter of the College Republicans. I am on the front lines of the campaigns of today, and more importantly, the campaigns of tomorrow. And originally my presentation today was going to be a lot more upbeat about the proposed legislative priority that I have emailed to all of you. However, after watching the testimony today, I'm afraid that I'm a lot more concerned. My resolution is regarding online free speech. Now, as many of y'all are older, you may not completely understand this, but we are currently in the middle of a culture war. And it's a war that we are losing. All these great people have come up here and spoken about abortion and family rights, but we can't legislate these cultural changes. It's not possible. And right now, the left is successfully suppressing conservative speech on online platforms to an unprecedented level. And if you want to see what I'm talking about, you can pull out your phone right now. You can go on YouTube and you can scroll down a little bit. And there is a specific category of movies and shows to inspire change. That YouTube has taken these left-wing content creators and promoted them. They are promoting the ideologies that we fundamentally disagree with. The same thing that lady talking about school choice and sex education was talking about, they're doing it online. Where people my age, the people of tomorrow, they are seeing this ideology. And because these left-wing companies are censoring conservative speech, there's no alternative viewpoint. So I'm telling you right now, committee, we need to make this a legislative priority. Now, the Republican Party is at risk. All this talking here in this committee, all these great resolutions about abortion are completely meaningless if in 10 years, 75% of the population doesn't think that life means anything. If 75% of the population thinks that some people should be treated differently based on the color of their skin, based on things that happened 200 years ago. And that's the indoctrination I have to fight against every day on my campus at TCU, as well as on our online platforms that we rely on to get votes, to spread our message. For example, Reddit, the third largest website on the internet, just 3 weeks ago banned 2,000 subreddits or individual forums from their platform for problematic speech. One of these forums was left-wing. You can guess what the other 1,999 were. They were right-wing. And this has been going on for years, but this year we have seen an increase in this. Look at YouTube, look at President Trump's ads. They've been shortened. Look at his tweets. Twitter has dared to censor our president, and no one's doing anything about it. None of the Republican politicians. And so I just have to strongly urge this committee to take up this legislative priority right now, because otherwise everything that has been spoken about today won't matter, because 75% of the population will not even know that these priorities exist or that they're worth anything. They will have been exposed to nothing but leftist propaganda on all social media platforms. Conservative voices will have been banned, and we are doing nothing about it. So as the secretary of the TCU College Republicans, as a young man who's been taught the principles you all believe in by my parents and grandparents, who is terrified of a world that quickly looks like it's becoming an anarchist, communist disaster, I strongly urge you that we have to make this our priority and nothing else. Nothing else will matter. Thank you.
Chairman,
Well, he's handling the
I'm
question.
sorry.
Matt is.
Just say your name.
I'm sorry, Janara Lewis, SB 27. I thank you for your passion, but I'd like to make a statement to you. We have a fair and equitable method for dealing with testimony. It might not be preferred by those who are waiting. But we on these platforms and committees have been doing this for decades, and it is a proven method. When you are trying to persuade people, sir, and want to be heard, consider that we here are people, and we care about what you're saying, and we care about what everybody is saying. Do not shout down people. We are actually listening to you. To rebuke and heckle from the audience or the microphone is not professional, it's not polite, and it's certainly not persuasive. Your passion is appreciated, but your outbursts are not.
Ms. Lewis, I appreciate your commentary, and I do take it to heart.
Thank you.
However, I do
No,
feel...
no debating with the members.
Was that not a question?
That was
That was not a question.
Questions are not allowed by the rules of this
Pardon,
committee.
pardon,
I mean,
Richard
statements?
Dodd, SB 9. Am I recognized?
Yes.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your testimony today. I do want to echo what my colleague across the room said, because we're getting ready to do an online convention. And I think we have some understanding of how these little gadgets work. I also want to commend you, though, because being an SD9, I'm in the Fort Worth area. I've been a pretty active Republican for a long time. And I've heard what you all are doing occasionally over at TCU with College Republicans. And you're doing a very good job. So I want to thank you for that. But I do want to tell you that if you want to be persuasive, I think you should just accept what's been said. And if you want to be combative, there are 32 very capable people around this room that can probably chew you up. So don't let that happen. We understand your issue. We understand how important that is. It hasn't come up yet until you brought it up, as far as I know. So thank you for coming. Thank you for the work you're doing at TCU. It's making a mark, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I strongly appreciate it.
Yes, thank you. Shelby Williams, SB 8. I hear you speak about the issue of private companies censoring conservative speech, and I agree it's an issue. But as this is the Legislative Priorities Committee, I would ask you, what legislative proposal do you have to address it?
I actually have a proposal that I successfully got through the Constitutional Issues Subcommittee for the platform planks. And you can also look at my resolution that I emailed to every member of this committee if you want to see some more specific actions. There are also existing protections against free speech on the internet that are not being enforced at the moment. And that is why this is such a big issue, because in some ways this has already been addressed legislatively, but it is not being enforced.
Could you please provide a summary of that resolution? I've got about 1,000 unread emails over the past 3 days.
Yes, sir.
And if I might ask informally quickly, what email address did that come from?
It is C.D. Wilson, 76109. This is the text of my proposed resolution. The Republican Party of Texas calls for the immediate legislation of extensive free speech protections. In the past year, the Republican Party, conservative groups, individuals, and even the president himself have experienced a veritable storm of online censorship, personal attacks, and corporate retribution for daring to openly proclaim their political and social beliefs. Using excuses of speech violating terms of service or promoting violence, powerful technology companies have banned conservative voices from their platforms while ignoring and openly promoting left-wing ideologies. This censorship campaign poses an immediate threat to the Republican Party and the free speech values our Constitution is based on. The Republican Party of Texas moves that protections for free speech and privacy online be immediately put into place, including legal consequences for retaliation against online speech and the exposure of personal information with the intent to incite harm.
Thank you.
Mr. Wilson, I have a question for you.
Yes.
Julie Pickren, SD11. You stated that you are currently doing outreach for young Republicans.
Yes, ma'am.
Does that include voter drives and voter registration?
That has been very difficult for us because we are not on campus at the moment, and I am not entirely sure if we even will be on campus this fall. So all our efforts have been focused online, both through the General College Republicans organization, as well as through our own school's social media platforms. However, this continued censorship, as well as other methods that they use to bury conservative voices, such as opaque algorithms that bring conservative content to the bottom of search results, has made online the only method we have. And I honestly have no way of gauging how effective that has been.
Okay, that follows me to my second question for you. Have you or your group specifically been negatively affected by SEO algorithms, or have you had social media content removed?
Personally, our group itself, because it's an official Republican Party account, we are extremely careful to not produce content that could be in any way construed in a way that could get it taken down. However, my friends over at Young Conservatives for Texas, as well as Turning Point USA, have seen their content censored because it has been deemed problematic. For the algorithms, because these are hidden behind very complicated coding and I don't have access to any of that, I have absolutely no way to know if we have been affected by that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wilson.
John Barry, SD3. I have two teenage boys that are live with their devices.
Microphone, please.
John Barry, SD30. I have two teenage boys that live with their devices. We hear about this over and over, PragerU specifically. So I share your concern. My question to you, though, is how can the state impact this versus, my understanding, this is a federal issue. Then it comes down to taxation representation. That currently these are taxed as platforms instead of publishers, but they're acting like publishers, and that's what's not being enforced. How can a state level legislative have any type of impact on that censorship?
Right, so there's a couple of answers to that. First of all, I addressed the Section 230 issue in my plank that was successfully passed by the Constitutional Issues Subcommittee. So I expect that to be successful, and I expect hopefully we'll get some more traction on that. When it comes to the idea that states can't influence federal issues, our friends over in California have shown that is not true at all. Because Texas is a huge state, we have a massive amount of internet users in our state, and state laws that apply to the internet in Texas will have the additional effect of applying to other states. They'll be forced to do it. We see this with California's recent privacy laws. They passed a law requiring that all websites have a button at the bottom that you press to refuse to share your information with them so they can't sell it. And even though that was only a California state level decision, all websites based in the United States were forced to go along with that because California has such a large population. Since Texas is very similar to that, I would argue that state level legislation would in fact be effective at addressing these issues.
Any other questions?
I thank the committee for their time.
Thank you. The committee calls Mr. John Bolgini, apologies, Bolgini. And on deck is Mr. Jim Wilson, Deborah Simmons, and I'll have to send her a text message, Cindy Castella. You're recognized, please state your name, SD, and what you're speaking on.
My name is John Bolgiano. I'm a delegate from Llano County in SD 24.
here to ask your help today in continuing to make constitutional carry a legislative priority. The idea that someone who can legally possess a firearm can carry that firearm openly or concealed outside of their home without any requirement of having a license from the state is neither a new idea nor a radical one. It is the best next step we can take to preserve our Second Amendment rights here in Texas. Constitutional carry has been a legislative priority in the past. We know it's the right thing to do. I'm here simply to urge you to do it. Thank you.
Any questions from the members? You're right.
Janera Lewis, SD 27. There are some people, you said that you are recommending that if you can own and possess, purchase a weapon, that you should be able to carry it without a license. There are some people who believe that the restrictions on people being able to purchase them are too restrictive, actually. In other words, people who committed a felony, say embezzlement, is that immoral? Yes. Is it a felony? Yes. They went to prison, they got out, they've paid their debt to society, now they're not permitted to purchase a gun. What are your thoughts on that? Should they be able to?
If they paid their debt to society, my personal opinion, I'm wearing the shirt, but I'm not speaking for the organization.
I understand.
I have no problem with Martha Stewart going out and buying a shotgun. She committed a nonviolent felony. She paid her penalty.
Yeah.
She should have her rights entirely restored.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Thank you so much. Mr. Collison, please state your name, SD, and the issue you're speaking on.
Jim Collison, SD1 delegate. I am completing the trilogy. We've heard testimony on brains, we've heard testimony on heart. I am here to talk to you about courage. You are given the hardest job to give anyone at convention. You have to take all of the ideas that Republicans hold dear, and you have to pick the ones that matter the most. There will be a temptation when it's getting late that you will think, we need to put something in here that's easy to pass. We need to put something in here that we can mark up as a win. I urge you not to do this. It is time to double down. It is time to say, these are the things that really matter. These are the things that have to happen. We are running out of time. If we want to see good ideas, we don't have time for incremental and slow. We need to see some old ideas. I thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Did anybody have a question? Yes, ma'am.
Sir, Janera Lewis, SD 27. I believe I've missed your SD and whether you are a delegate or not.
Number one, delegate.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
I have one.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I wonder if your remarks, I think they're very good, actually, short and sweet, get to the heart of what's facing us. If, in your mind, they were directed at any particular issue or issues that you know
It is a
will be
meta
given-
issue. I have been instructed by the chair that I am not permitted to speak on more than one at a time.
No,
so-
this is a question, so just
Thank you, sir.
quickly, you could list.
My number one issue is constitutional carry. If we do not get real constitutional carry, where are we? We have the First Amendment in case the Second Amendment, if the First Amendment doesn't work out, we have the Second Amendment. And so my other number one issue is the First Amendment. We have to be able to present our ideas. We have to be able to assemble. We have to be able to petition government for redress. Without, he's not fit to govern anymore. Look at these issues and pick the issues that you can send to the full body. We will not have a floor fight this year because there won't be a floor. Does that answer your question, sir?
Yes, very well, thank you.
I have a question for you. John Berry, SD30. I believe everybody has a right to own a weapon. And I believe it carries a great responsibility and a great burden. I also feel that there's a responsibility to be able to operate and manipulate that weapon appropriately. Do you feel that there is a proper way that someone should maintain training and ability on that weapon? Or do you feel that anybody, regardless of ability, should have that weapon?
This is where I have to part ways with almost everyone else in the room and almost everyone else in the state. I would personally be okay with arming felons while they're still felons and still in prison for their self-defense. I don't think that this is a widely held stance. I would be okay with unborn babies being able to pack a 9mm if they so chose. I'm a bit of an extremist on certain issues. My other issue is privacy. I think that's a key issue. I will tell you nothing more about that that's not encrypted. As far as what makes sense, as far as what we can get past, that's different. We are not going to see the kind of constitutional carry shall not be infringed that I would want to pass because I'm not the ruler of the world. None of you are either. We are advising the legislature what we've decided is key, priority. We are also advertising. Someone mentioned the political angle. We are advertising what our party is about. We are telling people, here's what we think really matters. The other side is telling people what they think really matters. Getting rid of George Washington. Getting rid of anybody from more than a week ago that doesn't align with the current whatever's on the party line that the Democrats want to see. So we have a commitment not just to our delegates, but we have a commitment to the wider electorate. We have to put out the ideas that are going to spark a fire and cause a landslide in November. We're running out of time. We don't have time for a little bit of a win. We need a fairly strong Texas in 2020. We got redistricting, we have a presidential election, we have a weak Senate map for the federal level. It's incredibly important that the state of Texas be strong going into the next 4 years. 2024 is going to be the election that decides the outcome of our country. We are either going to descend down a slope of slipperiness towards socialism, or we're going to see a renaissance. I'm hoping for option B, but that will require boldness. We have to start putting a message out that we are not here to compromise away slowly everything that we've had our founders and our military fought for.
I'm Rich Diak from SD9.
Yes,
I want to thank you for coming. You've provided some levity here. You've addressed all of your serious issues very well.
I appreciate
I just have one question. Have you considered a career in stand-up comedy?
Robin Williams, may he rest in peace. He's better than me, so no, I'm simply a computer nerd, that's all.
I have a quick comment. First, your name was Jim, is that right? John or Jim?
It's number 1 with the Jim.
Okay, I too thank you. I would remind everybody that neither is the legislature the ruler of the world either.
Exactly.
And more specifically, in our form of government, it is we the people that are the bosses. They are supposed to. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up, the committee calls Deborah Simmons at SD5.
My name is Deborah Simmons, delegate from SD5. I'm sharing my platform amendment recommendations because I'm assuming that any legislative priority that you consider should be in the platform. I would like to suggest a pro-family legislative priority. Texas needs to protect the sanctity of life, the sanctity of marriage, and the sanctity of sex. To protect families, the Texas legislature must work towards abolishing abortion, eliminate funding for the abortion industry, including prohibiting their physical and digital presence in schools, protect the natural innocence of children by guarding them from pornographic and obscene materials, declare pornography a public health crisis, and mandate that parents have the right to be fully informed and consent to all human sexuality instruction. If we want to abolish abortion, we need to make it unthinkable. If we want to make it unthinkable, we must start with what children learn in schools. What they learn, they believe. What they believe will influence how they vote. Pro-life legislation addresses the supply side of abortion. Texas should provide leadership to reduce demand. In the mid-90s, former Governor Ann Richards' daughter and former president of Planned Parenthood, Cecile Richards, formed the Texas Freedom Network to combat the anti-choice radical policy agenda of the extreme right in Texas. Today, that organization is lobbying the State Board of Education to change the health education standards to institutionalize comprehensive sex education across the state of Texas. Planned Parenthood's annual report boasts that it is the largest provider of sex education and claims that they spend $58.3 million on sexuality education. This line item is a marketing expense. Schools often do not provide full and fair disclosure of all sexuality education programs. Modeled after the women's right to know, a parent's right to know, and consent legislation could require every district to publish on their websites all parental rights laws and grievance processes. A strong consent opt-in will be essential with these new education standards. Any legislation other than abolishing sex education is incremental. Sexualizing children is child abuse. At a minimum, support a strong parental consent opt-in, please.
Thank you. Did anybody have any questions? Yes, ma'am. Right.
Liz Case, SD16. Do you have any proposals in front of SBOE right now?
The State Board of Education is actually going through a review process, and they have completed Work Group E. They had a public hearing last week, which was very colorful. Over 16 hours of testimony on the physical education and health education standards. There were 58 of pro-family, anti-comprehensive sex education speakers on that. They deliberated over it. They're sending it all back to Work Group F. There will be another public hearing in September for first reading, and then there'll be a final adoption in November. There's a lot going on there.
So guys, the speaker that addressed us earlier, that was talking about all the pornography, Lori, that was talking about all the pornography that's coming before AISD, that's what she's addressing right here. And she's actually been down to SBOE and has done the research. So I think we need to pay a lot of attention to the information she's giving us.
Any other questions?
Marty Reed, SD2. You said there were 58 pro-family. How many were not pro-family?
Out of 260, the opposition. And those included NARAL, Planned Parenthood, Jane's Due Process, Gay Street Alliance, the GLSEN Network people, and well-funded. They probably were paying a lot of people that were on the thing. I'm just the mom.
You're recognized.
Gail Stanhart, SD15. From your perspective, what the decisions are the SBOE is making at this time on this particular issue could significantly and negatively impact what is being
they really have the power to impact what's going on in schools? Or is it the legislature that actually needs to empower the SBO?
Thank you for that question. That's actually a very good one. It's a little bit complicated because Texas Education Code 28004 is actually really very good code. It has very strong abstinence language in it, and it also has local control. And local control is a really important part of it. So every school district in the state of Texas is supposed to have a school health advisory council. Well, back in 2007, 2008, 2009, Texas Freedom Network, the organization I was talking about, did an open records request on every school district in the state of Texas, and they decided to go into the shacks and recommend comprehensive sex education into every school district. And so they made some progress there, but these recommendations, the way that the law is written is that the State Board of Education has authority to write administrative code, and that administrative code includes health standards, and it's chapter 115. So if they adopt sex education student expectations, then they're mandating sex education across the state. But Texas Education Code 28004 says that a school district does not have to teach sex education. So there's an if human sexuality instruction is provided, then it must follow these rules. So the State Board of Education is actually in a really interesting predicament. They're going to have to do an Attorney General opinion, and I'm concerned about who's going to draft that opinion because the 28004 language is important for local control, particularly for rural Texas, that it would be a stronger language and it would be stronger for the school district to decide. 28004 says that the SHAC is supposed to represent the area and ensure that local community values are reflected in the health education code or curriculum.
You're recognized.
Forgive me, can you, I missed it, it's my fault. Do you mind saying your name and SC number again and spell it if it needs to be spelled?
Sure. My name is Deborah, D-E-B-O-R-A-H, Simmons, S-I-M-M-O-N-S. I'm from SD5. I blog and post at Take Back the Shack because the school health advisory councils are under attack. I found out when they took over our Round Rock ISD shack, and we found out that whoever was showing up was able to vote and make recommendations rather than it truly being established and managed by the school board.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Committee call Cindy Costello, and I have a quick question for you before you begin. I have you down, you wrote 1 in a circle and 2 in a circle. You want to talk on 3?
Well, my understanding was I can talk on one issue now, and we do have another issue that I would love to get to talk about when there's time, at another point.
Are you wanting to talk about 2 different issues? Or
I need my full time on my first issue,
okay.
so if
Do
that's
5 minutes
okay.
right now.
Is that all I have total?
You have 5 minutes for 1 issue,
Okay.
or you can talk on 3 issues for 15 minutes, but you have 1 speaker between you the time you signed up the second
Okay, if
time.
you prefer me to just continue, I'll do them both. The second one's shorter. Okay. My name is Cindy. Oh,
It would be better if we didn't go straight into the second.
Okay.
Follow the order.
okay.
Did or didn't?
If we did follow our order rather than lump them all together.
Perfect. Please
Thank
state
you.
your SD, your delegate status, and the issue you're speaking on.
Okay. Cindy Castilla, SD16, and I am a delegate. I'm coming to you also as president of Texas Eagle Forum. Our platform has some really wonderful things in it, and a lot of them speak into some of the same area, and it's family. That's what we represent, family and the health and well-being of the family and children. And when children and families thrive, our nation thrives. So I come at it, with this. If we have to pick our highest priority, it is protecting the children of Texas from being transgendered, from having their organs removed, from getting cross-sex hormones, and from getting you know, the damage that comes with that. So, so that's what I'm going to speak on. There is no true healing in that process. I listened to the same 16 hours of SBOE testimony so that I could testify on TEAS. And you had student after student, high school age and college age, speaking, and they're saying, I'm trans, I'm queer, I'm lesbian, I'm gay, I'm bi, I'm nothing, and almost every one of them mentioned, and I was raped, or I was sexually abused as a child, or I've had a lot of trauma in my life. This is a secondary issue to trauma and things that happen to children that need to be addressed, not lopping off body parts. These surgeries do irreparable harm, and children's brains are not finished when they're making these decisions. It doesn't matter what a parent says. Doctors have sworn to do no harm, and they are doing grave harm. Now, Planned Parenthood has also gotten into this business. We have helped explain that abortion is killing a child, and they're doing less abortions. We've done some, you know, we want none, but they're doing less, so they moved into the hormone business, because if they can't destroy your baby, they're going to destroy your ability to have one in the future. So this is an issue that we've asked Plank 240 in the health code to be strengthened. We can't just say, I think it says either hormones or hormone blockers. We have to address both. So we've asked for that to be stronger. We do have legislators that are afraid to take this up. Last session we tried. We walked it, talked about it a lot, had a lot of agreement. I've had one legislator say to me, oh, but will it win? Okay, these are our children, this is our future. They are being taught with this agenda, you are God. You can choose your sex. You can choose life or death on a child. You know, just we've let go of so many things. And I would recommend to you Matt Walsh's book on these things, The Unholy Trinity, Life, Marriage, and Gender. And we lost life, we're fighting to get it back. We've lost marriage, we're fighting to get it back. We're in a fight for gender. And his premise, and I believe it, when we lose this, we've lost it all, because we have just said, we are God. We are God. Whoops, sorry, I get excited. And we don't want children learning this. So it does not reduce suicide. The mental health bill that passed last time that I'm going to talk on next, they include a lot of money that the school districts we're seeing almost immediately are using to promote LGBT++ agenda. And so there's a problem there. Suicide doesn't go down. You see a lot of people who do this as children. England is a great place to look. They have many, many transitioners, detransitioners. They realize that they transitioned and they now drink more. Their life, you know, they're not a woman when they've tried to become a woman. They're not a man when they become a man. So we've also added language to say 21 years old, not 18. Our legislature did a bill protecting you from puffing on an e-cigarette, okay, until you're 21, but they have not protected children at any age. There's no law that protects children from this trans agenda. I think those are my main points. It will be an issue that gets attention in Austin. It is not pretty when you're down there during one of these issues. People get bussed in and they have sad, sad stories. Sad stories don't make good law. And so we say this is an issue we can speak out on in a grocery store line. You ask a stranger, I guarantee you 5 to 1, they are with us on this issue. We are not alone on this. There are Democrats and liberals who think it is crazy to wreck a kid's healthy body. Thank you.
Perfect timing. Does anybody have any questions?
I have a question, Mr. Stringer. Marion Knowlton, SD19. Are the schools and the mental health trait tracking, monitoring, whatever, however you want to call it, how does that factor into what's going on with this situation?
There are so many factors, I think, in this situation. I mean, kids do see this stuff on social media, but at school, where there are schools that are totally promoting and teaching this. There's the gingerbread man, but I have another one, you know, that says to first and second graders that your heart is who you love. And they use that to say, so you're a little girl and you love your little girlfriends. Oh, you might be lesbian. You might be, I mean, all of these things, and then that moves into other things. So these, our kids are being groomed very, very young to question everything about their creation as the sex they were born. So we're seeing it in schools in that way. I have not, the people who've spoken to you about sex ed are people that we look to at Eagle Forum. You know, they help us on this issue because I can't do them all. But this agenda is very encouraged in schools. We have found some schools, like there was a private school that only had about 60 kids. One said they were transgendered and it got celebrated. And the next thing you know, there's 3 or 4 more. Autistic children dive into this really easily. They see it happening, they see people getting attention, and then they say they're transgendered. And then you've got the groups that will tell you, or tell parents, your child will commit suicide if you don't let them do this. What the child needs is a great counselor like David Pickup, who has been speaking in at some of our other committees, who will help them get over the trauma or hurts or just misunderstandings. You're a child and you see your little boy, and this is a true story, you see your younger sister's born and suddenly she's getting so much attention. When you're 4, you don't understand it's because she has Down syndrome. And the parents have to turn to this and deal with this. So this little boy thought he was better to be a girl because the girl got the attention. You know, he was the spotlight. He's 4. He's understanding life as a child. So, you know, we need to be helping kids through their misunderstanding as children. And our school system's not doing that. I mean, they're supposed to teach. I mean, our school districts are supposed to teach history and civics and science and math and reading and writing, you know, and so when they get in the business of this, it's really dangerous.
In the business of mental health, is that what you're saying?
Well, I think that when you've got things that make you want to harm your body, you know, then it is probably, you know, something's going on there. You're probably not completely, you're not crazy. You know, you've just perceived things through life, maybe more as a victim than somebody who is overcoming it, and you need some help to overcome, you know, some of your misperceptions. And we would like to see schools teaching that, you know, overcoming, thriving, as opposed to victimhood.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you so much. The committee now calls Rachel Malone.
Good afternoon, I'm Rachel Malone. I'm an alternate from SD22, and I'm speaking to you today on gun issues. Last February, the Senate State Affairs Committee called a hearing, and they asked for public input on gun issues, on the right to keep and bear arms. And the response was amazing. It was one of the best, strongest, most pro-gun hearings I've ever seen. What amazed me is that hundreds of everyday Texans from all over the state drove in, spent the whole day there just so they could stand up for our right to keep and bear arms, just so they could let the Texas legislature know how important constitutional carry and ending gun-free zones are to them. And over 100 of them stuck it out for their 2 minutes to testify, because that committee only allows 2 minutes. They were there for hours, stayed until evening, until nighttime. And I loved their testimonies on constitutional carry, on ending gun-free zones. They didn't just parrot some talking points that I or somebody else gave them. They shared their stories. They shared what this means to them personally. They shared why it's just an egregious offense. The state of Texas requires a license for them to carry a handgun and prohibits carry inside of schools. And they provided very, very compelling testimony for the committee. And so I wanted to share that with you so you know that Texans are already prioritizing constitutional carry and ending gun-free zones. And I hope this goes without saying, but I'm definitely going to say it anyway. I believe absolutely constitutional carry needs to remain a priority for the Republican Party of Texas. So we know, so the activists know, so that the grassroots of Texas knows the party's with them on this issue. They're going to be fighting. They need to know the party's going to be fighting alongside them as well. And just to clarify, constitutional carry is a term used across the United States to mean that if you can legally possess a handgun, you can carry that handgun openly or concealed, no permit required. And I would like to address the committeewoman's question on felonies a little bit later. I want to come back to that. It's very important. But that is the policy that we are bringing forward with constitutional carry. When I started pushing for constitutional carry in Texas, it was 2012. 4 states across the U.S. had constitutional carry. Nobody in Texas that I knew seemed to know what it was. They'd never heard the term before. Now 16 states have it. Another 15 states, I think 14 or 15 states, allow open carry without a license. And Texas is just falling farther and farther behind, and it's absolutely time to catch up, and we need to do that. Constitutional carry absolutely allows, is my microphone all right? It is a policy item that galvanizes Texans right now. I probably don't have to tell you, there is a war on guns right now. There's a war on gun owners. Now is the time to stand up and say, along with William Barrett Travis, who wrote this from the Alamo, to say victory or death, no compromise. Now is the time to stand up for the right that protects the others. Last month, a record number of Americans purchased guns according to the NICS system, which is our best gauge of how many people are purchasing guns. And gun stores say that a large number of that influx was new gun owners who were saying, you know, I've thought about this a long time. Now is the time. Now is the time to be able to protect myself and ultimately to be able to protect against a tyrannical government, which we don't want to have to come to that, but we need to reduce the government mandates on getting a permit to carry so that we do have that ability, so that it is a guard against a tyrannical government. So now is the time to make that happen. And to address the committeewoman's question, as I understand it, yes, I can tell you absolutely that felons who have had their rights restored need to have their gun rights restored as well. Last weekend, I spent some time talking to about 150 motorcyclists. They're part of independent motorcycle clubs. They ride, they're not a part of a criminal gang or anything, even though they're sometimes stereotyped wrongly. And one of them said, you know, I'd really love to be able to restore my gun rights. However, I talked with an attorney, it would cost me $150,000 to go back and get my record taken care of. One guy had a record from 50 years ago, nonviolent, and so there needs to be a path to that. However, I believe constitutional carry simply is a policy to tie gun ownership and gun carry so there aren't disparaging standards for those. Aren't separate standards for those. So it ties into the same standard. Gun carry and gun ownership. We also need to fight various issues on gun ownership and gun possession, including rights being restored, including issues of vets with PTSD who have their gun rights taken away. So that absolutely I agree those issues need to be taken care of. And I believe my time's about up, but I would be happy to answer any questions.
So, Chairman, J.R. Haas, SD7. Rachel, thank you for your testimony. I have a question. So I assume since we've had constitutional carry as a priority and our point of making priorities to get our electors to know what the will of the party is, did you guys actually have a bill in the last session or two brought forward, and how many authors were signing on to that bill?
That's a great question. Yes, there was a bill brought forward, and there were a number of authors on it. There's been an increasing number each time of each session the bill has been filed. There's been increasing interest on it. I don't have the number for you. I'd have to look that up, but that was HB 357 in the 86 legislative session. And speaking to what that bill did, there was definitely a deliberate effort to smear gun rights activists such as myself and many of you as well by saying that our whole goal in passing that bill was, and the whole point of the bill, they said, was to allow violent felons to carry. And regardless of my opinion, which I shared with you, that there should be a path to restoring rights, the bill did no such thing. It absolutely didn't. It only tied gun ownership and gun carry together with the same standard. And so I do have language that I'd be happy to submit to the Secretary and to y'all that you could use it. I think it could be a wise idea to clarify what we mean by constitutional carry. And if you agree, I would suggest the language Past constitutional carry, so Texans who legally own handguns may carry them openly or concealed without a permit, while maintaining the option of a permit for reciprocity purposes.
So, just to clarify, so I headed the committee that handled that. If you get the written copy of that, I would
Yes.
advocate for updating the language. Thank you.
Just to clarify, was that different than what we had 2 years ago, or is that substantially the same?
It's substantially the same, but it adds in a little bit of language that is currently in the 2018 platform plank. So I think currently it says pass constitutional carry while maintaining the option of a permit for reciprocity purposes, and this adds a brief explanation of what is constitutional carry.
Okay, thank you.
I'll present that to you.
Rich Biot, SB9. I have a question of an experience that I've had with a number of legislators, and I wonder if your experience is the same. In maybe 30 seconds, if you could address this. If you're talking to a legislator and they kind of shake their head and say, you know, nobody has really asked me to pass that. Have you heard that before?
I've heard that way too many times, yes, sir.
Yeah, they shake their head, and you know they're not telling you about the times that it happened, they just don't want to deal with it. So how do you deal with that, if you don't mind, in quick, please?
Right, so one way I deal with it is I know activists in most of the different districts, and before I go meet with a legislator, I try to know who are the activists in their district who have contacted them. So I can often come back and say, well, I have a list right here of a half a dozen people that called you within the past couple of weeks about this issue. So that's my favorite response. Other than that, I will sometimes give them data or other statistics regarding the other number of states and their duty to stand up for liberty and stand up for the things that their party stands for. And I bring up the priorities and say, your party, this many number of delegates according to the vote, voted for this.
You recognize Mr. Dahl?
Mike Defino, SD26. Rachel, first off, thanks for being one of the leaders on this. We appreciate that. Question I have for you is, I know we've had success getting in the House a bill. What kind of measures how are we doing in the Senate trying to get somebody to step up and sponsor?
There are several senators who have been in discussion, who are in favor of it. So it's been several sessions since a senator filed it. One issue I believe is the committee that would go to. It would go to State Affairs. That committee is under new leadership, much more favorable to gun rights, to Republican Party priorities. The previous chair unfortunately voted against constitutional carry for disasters when it came up on the floor. The new one supports those issues and did a very, very good job at the February hearing, listening to all of our activists and welcoming them, and even calling for a hearing saying, what should we do to protect your right to keep and bear arms? He's the committee chair who would be hearing this bill, and so we would be looking to him for continuing that kind of excellent leadership.
Next question. Chair recognizes Mary Milton.
Thank you. Mary Milton, SD19. Rachel, gun-free zones are really scary. And I have talked to teachers, because schools are gun-free zones, correct?
Correct.
And a lot of the teachers that I have talked to are hesitant to proceed with any guns in the school because of their lack of knowledge about guns. I can identify with that. I had a gun, I didn't know how to use it until I started training, and now I'm not like you, but I'm getting better. And so, how do you address this? What plan do we have that might educate people to become more comfortable being armed?
It's very interesting you brought that up. So 4, 5, 6 years ago, the interest was in open carry and then in constitutional carry. So the permit requirement, that type of thing. Increasingly, I'm seeing huge momentum and huge interest in getting rid of gun-free zones, especially in schools. In fact, at the February hearing, there was at least as much testimony on getting rid of that gun-free zone in schools. People are very interested in it right now because they are starting to realize the more vulnerable we are, and we realize that through mass shootings that do happen sometimes, and mass attacks by evil people. We realize that we're defenseless to stop those people in a gun-free zone. And the reason that most of those shootings and attacks happen in a gun-free zone with mass casualties is there wasn't anybody there to stop it. That's why it became a mass casualty event. And so a couple of things that I'm doing, I actually was just out talking to the education committee and a couple of platform committees about putting this as platform planks. But talking to teachers one-on-one has actually, I've had a lot of success doing that, just talking them through, hey, what if, worst case scenario, we don't want to imagine it, but we need to imagine it. Walking them through, what would you do with your kids in your classroom? They say, well, our protocol is we lock the door, we close the door, we put them over here. I say, okay, what if that lock gets shot out? And I start walking them through and they realize, you know, worst case scenario, I'd rather have a gun than not have a gun. And that's been one of the most effective ways. Also, one more thing, finally, that's been very effective is individuals in those school districts going to their individual ISDs, their school boards, and petitioning them and asking them to get rid of their gun-free zone policy. Because right now, the school districts do have the ability to allow carry in the schools if they want to. And about 230 at the last count, I think 230 of the 800-ish school districts had some form of allowing teachers to carry in some way. But we would be much safer by getting rid of the gun-free zone in schools.
Where would we find that list of schools that do allow and do not?
I can try to look it up and send it to you. I think I compiled that from a couple different sources, but I will look that up and try to send you the information.
Thank you.
Rachel, Walter West, SD4. In your travels around Texas, what are the effects of SB 11, which had SB 10 thrown into it? What effects does that have on constitutional carry? And a two-part question. And the other one is, in other states that have actually adopted constitutional carry into their language, and they do that, what is their percentage of actual training that happens when a gun owner decides to go down and do it? The facts that you've been able to find.
Yes, I'll address the second question first, if that's all right. So, a lot of times I'll get the question, well, yeah, I believe in constitutional carry, but isn't that dangerous to not require training? And logically, you might start thinking that until you look at the data. So we have 31 states that don't require a permit to carry, some of them open, some open and concealed, and a number of other states that don't require any training even for their license. And when states went to that kind of policy and stopped requiring training, number one, public safety either stayed the same or it improved. Home invasions went way down in Arizona, a few other things like that across the state. It was interesting. Secondly, more people started getting more training, and we know that mostly anecdotally from a lot of the gun instructors, and they believe it's because people realized, oh, now this is on us. The government's not giving us a minimum standard, now we need to get more. So in their opinion, people are actually better trained. And then your first question was the effects of SB 11. I think it's going to take a number of years to see the full effects. I call that bill long-term gun control because of the way it increasingly stigmatizes gun owners. But I believe the effects we're going to see is, even if we do move to constitutional carry, which is where you don't have to have a permit to carry a gun as long as you legally own it, we're going to see people who are currently legal gun owners being stigmatized. And perhaps issues similar to red flag law issues being brought against them in the sense of accusations not based on a crime having been committed, but just accusations based on things like, oh, we saw that you were a little upset the other day, we also saw you took your son to the range last weekend, you must be a dangerous person. I think it opens the door to move towards that kind of targeting of gun owners, and that's something we need to watch very carefully for gun rights.
So right now, currently, if you're a licensed carry holder, like you're not a part of the public registry or anything, right?
Well, you're part of the Texas State Registry, at least. They absolutely have a list of LTC holders.
Is that public record?
Oh, sorry, on public record. I'm sorry, I missed that part. No, that's not public record. In other states, sometimes their license holders are public record. In Texas, it's not.
Thank you. Chair recognizes you, Linda.
Paul Yamrick, SC18. Thank you, Rachel, for being here today. It's a side question maybe is, what are your trends you're seeing in this red flag discussion in Texas?
So after last convention, when the convention stood very strong against red flag laws, within the next month, We saw a couple of committee hearings in the Texas legislature, and our gun rights activists showed up, and we demonized the word red flag law. And that happened because of two things, literally because the party stood up against it, and they said, we're gonna call this out for what it is, it's gun control, it doesn't keep us safe. And number two, because those people did show up in person to the Capitol. And the legislators, I believe, understood that they could not pass red flag laws under that name. I have seen similar policies come up under different names. ERPOs, emergency protective orders, measures such as that, halfway red flag laws. And I think one of the main threats I'm seeing is what I was just talking about with Walter, which is the increasing stigmatization of lawful gun ownership and use. People saying we need to just make sure we're being aware of potential threats, and instead of targeting people who are being criminals, who are exercising criminal activity as being those who are the threats, they're saying, well, you have a gun, you're going shooting, there's access to the gun in the home, you don't keep your guns locked up all the time. I've seen that type of policy come down as proposals in the Texas legislature saying we need to keep an eye on these people simply because they are lawfully owning and using their firearms. And so that's something major I believe we need to be aware of and fight against.
Thank you for your vigilance.
Thank you.
Chair.
Hi, Rachel. Julie Pickering, SD11. Concerning schools, I have a question. Okay, considering that most schools have active police officers on campus, and a lot of rural districts throughout Texas are utilizing the school marshal program where teachers are trained and weaponized in their school. Tell me, what is your clear definition of a gun-free zone in a school?
So I fight against government-mandated gun-free zones. That's places where the government says, you may not carry here. Sorry, let me clarify that. Where the government says a regular, ordinary, law-abiding, honest citizen who can carry on the street and other places may not carry in here. I think more specifically, some of those could be gun-limited zones. They're very limited, maybe to one or two officers who might be on location at the school. So gun-limited, gun-free zones where you and I can't carry in the same way that I would carry in HEB or in Walmart or walking down the street. That's how I would define it, where the government mandates that. And yes, that's an issue.
Okay, thank you.
Recognize.
Janera Lewis, SD 27. When I was obtaining my CHL, some of the restrictions were people who had not paid their child support were not permitted, license, and also people who have DWI. Do those restrictions still apply?
Unfortunately, yes. Texas has a very highly restricted license to carry. And while I would never say that, I would always affirm that if you have a kid, you should be taking care of your kid. But somebody who is poor, in financial trouble should not lose their ability to exercise their right to keep and bear arms to protect that child.
All right. And also, my last question, are you aware of any other constitutional rights that are denied to people because they got a DWI, or they couldn't pay their child support, or they embezzled money 30 years ago?
I liken that to the poll tax, which was basically a way of keeping poor people or lower classes of citizens, as they were considered, from exercising their constitutional right to vote. And I believe it's every bit as egregious as those infringements on liberties.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Thank you, Ms. Moore.
Thank you.
Chairman, J.R. Haas, SD7. Just a question regarding the virtual testimonies. Any plans or anything that we can publish, even schedule maybe later this evening, that we can get word out to people who want to testify?
Not in terms of schedule yet, and that's because we do have a number of in-person delegates to listen to first.
May I recommend that even if it's an hour or something, we schedule something even tomorrow that we can begin to tell people we'll have testimony at this time so that they can have access to that.
I'll take that into consideration, try to come up with something to send out.
speaking on a different issue this time?
Just one?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Cindy Castilla, 16, and I'm a delegate. Last session, we passed a mental health bill, several mental health bills. Plank 235, we believe, was added to the platform sort of unnoticed at the last convention. I may be wrong on that, and some of you probably know that history better than I do. We're asking that to be removed, and I'll speak on that in platform, and we've been speaking on it in the appropriate committees. But we've also asked that a plank be added calling for the dissolution of this mental health consortium. This has been a gateway to a lot of things that we're not for, including losing parental rights. This is teachers who are supposed to be teaching now involved in your child's, quote, mental health. I think good teachers notice problems in schools. When we've got kids and they have friends, we know who has some issues and who doesn't have issues. Teachers can do this on their own, and they can notice the kids who really do have issues, and those kids can move on to the school counselor or whatever the next step is, or they can talk to parents and ask them to get help. What we've created is a giant, connected to pharmaceuticals, a giant deal where people who are the heads of the psychiatry departments of our medical schools are now coming in and looking over your child. And your child fills out a survey that asks them, have parents been divorced? Have they been separated? Have you felt unloved? Have you been sexually abused? Okay, there's ages that we need to ask that, but there's ages that they should not even understand that. You know, there are better ways to ask that. They're not always age appropriate. Kids take these all through school now, and so there will be different ages where peer pressure might matter. Like, it might be really cool for you to have all these issues. I mean, kids are susceptible to peer pressure. So Austin ISD has been implementing this already. They jump ahead on a lot of things, and they had at least 800, somebody testified to this in our recorded testimony, 800 false positives with CPS, because that district, if a parent doesn't want their kid to go get mental health help for these perceived problems that maybe a teacher didn't notice, but the ACEs test showed, then CPS was getting called on parents to check out the family situation. This is not an ideal that we like. So I went and watched the Senate pass this bill. It came flying through committee, first bill I think they addressed. Democrats sat there, they leaned back, they made phone calls, they rolled their chairs around and talked to each other while we did their work. They voted for this 100%. Almost every other state that had ever passed this was a Democrat state. Now, Governor Walker passed it at the bequest or behest of his wife, who was interested in it. It's the only election he ever lost, was the election after that. That man was elected more times, in such a short period than anybody probably ever has, and he lost after doing this mental health bill. It is not a Republican ideal. So if we can get in a call to abolition, we think it's a really big deal that that be a priority. Thank you for your time.
Anybody have questions?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Drennan?
The chair recognizes the chair.
The chair.
Yeah, I would just use part of what you said. First, to confirm something you said, I was chairing the platform committee last time, and when all this SB 11+10 happened, there were obviously a lot of people who went back and looked at the platform, and we did try to figure out who and when that particular plank, I don't remember the number like you had, but we did try to figure out when that actually came into the platform. We could not identify it or any individual that at least would own up to putting that plank in there. And, it could have slipped by, if you will. Somebody put it in inadvertently, didn't think much about it. But the other thing I would say to the committee is that plank was very, very innocuous. It essentially just said we should provide sufficient funding for those that we need to take care of mentally. It wasn't anything more than that. And that, in turn, the legislature spun into SB 10+11. And they used that as the justification. So that's just part of what I was cautioning on the unintended consequences of any language we might come up with at the end of tomorrow. So, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other? Thank you. The committee next calls Catherine Pitcher, and on deck is Jonathan Covey, Jackie Sheegle, Wesley Thomas. Please state your name, SD, delegate status, and issue your speech.
Good afternoon. My name is Catherine Pitcher. I am a delegate from Senate District 5. Thank you for allowing me to address you all this afternoon. So I am here to talk to you about a violation of, I work for Texas Right to Life, so I'm speaking on behalf of Texas Right to Life as well. I'm here to talk to you about a violation of our constitutional right to life here in Texas that I think sometimes doesn't get as much attention as it deserves, and that is called the 10-day rule. Some of you may have heard of it. So I'll just lay out this process to start off. So what this means is, this 10-day rule, patients in Texas hospitals, if a hospital or doctor chooses not to continue providing life-sustaining treatment to a patient, even though they have asked for this life-sustaining treatment, their family wishes to continue life-sustaining treatment, a hospital can remove that against the family and the patient's will through this process. And this process was passed originally in something called the Texas Advanced Directives Act. That was passed in 1999. And the title of this law seems to lead you to believe that you would have more control over the decisions, medical decisions happening to you in a hospital. However, it contained this 10-day rule provision, which actually does the opposite. And so how it works is, if a doctor decides that they wish to discontinue providing treatment, and we're talking about treatment like a ventilator, dialysis, this is just basic care. This is not experimental surgeries. These are the same things that you and I need to continue living every day. Food, water, air, just to continue functioning at a very basic level. If a doctor decides that he wishes not to continue providing those things, he can call a meeting of what's called the Hospital Ethics Committee. And this committee is comprised entirely of the hospital's own employees. It's usually, I've sat in on these meetings before, it's usually between 10, somewhere around 10 to 12 hospital employees sitting in a room, a lot of white coats, a lot of people there to speak for the wishes of the doctor and the interests of the hospital. And usually the only people in that room representing the interests of the patient are maybe a couple family members. And usually they aren't even really fully aware of what that process means and how to advocate for themselves. And so they, they might be allowed to speak, but their rights are very limited in this committee meeting. And it's really the hospital's own employees that are running the show. And then at the end of this meeting, the ethics chair will provide to the family the decision in writing, saying, and usually this 99% of the time they agree with the doctor to withdraw life-sustaining treatment. They inform the family in writing, and once they inform the family has 10 days to find a new facility that is willing to provide, again, this is a ventilator, dialysis, very basic life-sustaining treatment to their loved one. They only have 10 days to find a new facility, and if at the end of those 10 days they are not able to find a new facility, the hospital is completely legally protected. They have full immunity to withdraw life-sustaining treatment from that patient, and there's no recourse for the family. And so no other state has a law like this. Texas is the only one. Again, Texas Right to Life is really the only organization that is, helping to advocate for these families. I stand before you talking about this issue. It's, a professional issue for me. I do work for Texas Right to Life, but it has become personal because I have been personally fielding phone calls from families who are scared. They don't understand the process. They don't know what to do. and they need our help to just speak up for them in this process. And unfortunately, because of the way that the law is, we are still very limited in what we are able to do to help them. So over 20, I think 25, so I think over 20 Senate districts offered resolutions asking for you guys to include repealing this 10-day rule as a legislative priority. And so I'm asking you again here today to include that in the list of legislative priorities. You guys might remember baby Tinsley Lewis. She's been in the news a lot over the past 6 months or so, longer than that, almost a year. And so Tinsley is probably the most widely publicized victim of the 10-day law so far. We received her case last November. She is, at that point, 10 months old, had a heart defect, and the hospital in Fort Worth was wanting to remove her life-sustaining treatment against the wishes of her mother. And so I believe that might be my time, but I just want to encourage you guys to please include this as a priority. This is a very pressing violation of our right to life.
Thank you. Does the committee have any questions?
Secretary.
I know, right? Let me start on this end and work our way over, if that's okay. This gentleman right over here.
Troy Jackson, SD 23. Does this create more transparency for that process?
The legislative solution, or?
Yes.
So the solution that we're recommending is a very simple change. We are recommending, just as a first step, that we get rid of the 10-day countdown. And so instead of, the hospital can still go through this whole process, recommend that treatment be discontinued, and even try and find a transfer, but until they're able to find another facility willing to treat the patient, they should be required to provide this basic life-sustaining care.
Bonnie Lugo, Secretary. One thing that you haven't addressed, and I think you speak very eloquently on this issue, it's very important, especially as our population, or people are getting older, and we are the party of life, and we stand for it, whether the child is in the mother's womb or for the length of days that God has ordained. My understanding, and I've known of a couple of families that have had this issue, you may want to address the committee on how they carry out this measure. Because it's my understanding that it's not done with any comfort. And they're just withholding substance and such like that. Is that what you're finding as well?
You mean, are they not providing comfort care either?
Right. Withholding food, water, etc.
So there was a piece of legislation passed, I believe, in 2015. I could be wrong on this, but I know it was passed where requiring that food and water be exempted from this process. So now it is actually, hospital can't, under this 10-day process, remove food and water. But does that answer your question?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Liz Case, SD 16. Do you have any statistics that have to do with different ethnicity populations in regards to this 10-day rule?
Correct. So the state of Texas does not require any reporting, and so hospitals are not required to report how often they use this rule, who they're using it on, whether the patient at the end of the process lives or dies. They're not required to give any information. However, we've been serving as patient advocates for many years, and we've started keeping our own internal statistics. So all the statistics I can give you are just what we have recorded ourselves. And of course, these are the patients that reach out to us. We know that this is probably just the tip of the iceberg. We're not, every patient that has this happen to them isn't coming to us. But of the patients who come to us, we recently found that between 60 to 70% of those patients were African American. And of the remaining percentage, I believe in the past 3 years, we've had one Caucasian patient who had this process used on her, and then the remaining percentage tend to be Hispanic or Asian.
question was also on statistics, interestingly enough. So we could ask for, at the very minimum, to require hospitals to start reporting and make it somewhat onerous, maybe.
Correct, we can, and we have pushed for legislation in the past that would do this. So yes, you're correct.
Chairman, was there another? I can't see.
Go ahead, sir, and then General Lewis is next.
Gene Pack, SD 13. My question is about a person that has a advanced directive. Is this procedure still used on them if they say, I want to exhaust everything possible?
Correct. It doesn't matter if you've laid it out in writing, it doesn't matter if you have designated a family member or a friend to be your surrogate decision maker, and they are saying, pushing really hard for life-sustaining treatment to continue. It doesn't matter how well you've laid out your wishes. At the end of the day, the doctor can still call this committee process, and life-sustaining treatment can still be taken away from you.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes
Janera Lewis. Janera Lewis, SD 27. Do you know what the justification was for having passed the 10-day rule in the first place?
I believe the legislature wanted to address just differences in opinion because, this does happen sometimes where patients and doctors disagree about the best course of treatment moving forward. And we're not at all saying that, the patient, that we should be disregarding the doctor's opinion. We think the doctor's opinion is very important for the patient to make the best decision about the care that they're receiving. And especially when you have hospitals that are empowered essentially by the state law, they become state actors. They're carrying out, something that the legislature has said, this is legal, and what that's essentially doing is depriving patients of their right to life without due process. And the Texas Attorney General has weighed in on this as well and called it unconstitutional.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Rich Dion.
Rich Dion, SD9. Ms. Pitcher, thank you for your work on this. I became familiar with your organization through this issue, not through abortion, about 10 years ago. And I think it's a very important work. I want to ask you about Tinsley Lewis. That's at Fort Worth Hospital that you mentioned. And during testimony in the trial, in the court in Fort Worth, there was testimony that the charts that the hospital had provided to other potential facilities that might receive Tinsley were 3 months old. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
Okay. In your experience, how often do you see that kind of thing while you're advocating for patients? And then secondly, how many patients, if you have a number, have you all served over the years because of this law?
Yes, so it's fairly common for us, by the time that we receive a case, by the time that a case gets to this point where a doctor is wanting to use this process, there's usually been a significant breakdown in communication between the hospital staff and the family. There's usually a breakdown happening somewhere. Communication is not going forward as it should. And as you can imagine, hospitals that have decided that a patient is no longer worth providing the most basic care for, those hospitals are not going to be very helpful in facilitating a transfer to a new facility. And that's how this is supposed to work, is that the original institution is supposed to be contacting possible transfer institutions to facilitate that. It's really strange for a hospital to get a call from us or from a family saying, hey, do you have room for my loved one? They expect those calls, from other doctors or other hospital employees. And so, yes, this is fairly common for hospitals not to be helpful in providing information needed to secure a transfer. We've experienced significant delays in trying to get patients transferred, and so yes, this is very common.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from SD3.
Paula Carson, SD3. Janera beat me to the punchline with a justification question. And my question and points are similar to that. I hear the justification, I hear your comments, were there other certain interests involved, like follow the money idea? Were there lobbyists with insurance companies, et cetera, medical boards, et cetera, that are looking at the interests of money savings based on not, so they're going to invest in someone they perceive not to have value of life anymore? And the second point that I would like to ask you guys, it just seems to me that these doctors and hospitals are engaging in being God, placing themselves as God to determine who's valuable and who's not in our society. Do you have any comment on both of those issues?
So I'm glad you asked that question because I was worried I wasn't going to have time to get to it. But yes, this is an issue, and sometimes it is about the money. Sometimes it's an insurance problem where hospitals, are having trouble like receiving payment for services. But the most common thing that we have been seeing is that when the ethics committee is making their deliberations, Texas law has no requirement on what justification the doctor needs to ask for this committee. There's no requirement on what justification the ethics committee needs to ultimately affirm this decision. And so what we're seeing are comments like, who would want to live with MS? Or, what kind of quality of life? I believe one lawyer who we work with has heard comments before, like, if this patient were left, if they were alone in the wild, they would have been eaten by a wild animal by now. So just like these really callous comments about, and it speaks to this perception of how we view disability in our society and how we view what it means to be a human being. And what it means to be, created in the image of God. If we truly believe that every human being is created in the image of God, we should believe regardless of injury or disability or, ethnicity or anything like that, that at the very minimum, these people are deserving of basic care that's continuing their ability to continue living.
Thank you so very much for your comments.
Chair recognizes Mrs. Lewis and Mr.
Janera Lewis, SB 27. I find it ironic that a doctor in a hospital would want to not value a patient and want to terminate them, but yet not facilitate their transfer. Is there some reason why they would not want, if they don't want the patient in their hospital, why would they not want to help facilitate the transfer?
I understand your confusion, but I think it again speaks to that quality of life ethic. I think that these doctors oftentimes really truly believe that they are making the most compassionate, ethical choice for that patient. But again, this speaks to the quality of life issue of, why are we deciding that certain people are allowed to live while others are not? And then the second issue of why is the doctor the one making that ethical decision, that decision that involves a lot of judgment, a lot of personal beliefs and, religion and philosophy, rather than the family or, that patient's own, what they've laid out, how they want to be treated in a situation like that, or what their family is fighting for them, the people that know them best.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes the chair.
Sorry.
Chair, oh, yes.
My turn, thank you. Yes, I just had a quick question in light of the COVID crisis and whatnot. How, if at all, has this come into play during COVID, and more generically, if you got into perhaps a much worse situation than we're seeing with COVID, how would it affect triage type decisions?
So that has been an issue that's come up definitely since COVID. We've had a 10-day case since COVID. Back in April, we assisted a woman in a Dallas hospital whose her mother was about to have the 10-day process started on her. And so there was a lot of concern when COVID first came on the scene that a ventilator shortage, as I'm sure y'all remember, and so we were concerned about how that would affect these decisions that are already difficult about quality of life, and then, if there's a shortage of ventilators, that conversation becomes a lot harder to have. More commonly, what we've been seeing through this COVID is issues with forced DNRs, but that's a separate issue. varies. I can't give you like what's normal. And that goes for ages too of patients. We've had patients from, infancy up to their 90s. We've had patients who've been in the hospital for a long time versus patients who've only been there, a few days to like a few weeks. So it completely varies by hospital.
Do you guys see a correlation between the ability to pay and how quickly that process is accelerated?
We haven't taken any statistics on that, so I wouldn't feel comfortable giving you a definitive answer.
Any other questions? Thank you so much for your excellent testimony.
All lives matter.
All lives matter.
Amen.
Amen.
The committee calls Jonathan Covey. Please state your name, Senate District, delegate status, and what you're speaking on.
Yes, sir. Jonathan Covey, SD5. I'm a delegate. I'm also Policy Director for Texas Values. See if I can. I've been nervously watching as my battery on my phone goes down and down, and I get closer and closer to testimony. I'm speaking in favor of religious freedom, and I love many of the other issues that people have brought forward. And first of all, I just want to thank the committee. Y'all are working so hard. You're doing yeoman's work, the subcommittees, JR, Shelby, Janera, y'all are doing great work. I really appreciate it. But I love many of the other issues people are bringing, but if religious freedom isn't a legislative priority, I don't know really what should be. And if now isn't the time for religious freedom to be strongly reaffirmed and protect our religious rights, I'm not sure that there's a time in our lifetimes, in mine or yours, that there would be a better time to do that. There's so many stories I could tell you over the last few months, working with Texas Values and the overreach that we've had from local governments, local counties, cities, school districts, county judges saying that churches can't hold drive-in worship services, mayors saying that they're putting illegal restrictions on churches and the way they worship, whether they can sing, whether they can worship or sing or not sing, people of religious faith. Now, the Constitutional Issues Subcommittee included a religious freedom priority, which we very much appreciate, and we like the language. We would like to see something underneath, kind of within that priority, something underneath the general umbrella of religious freedom, like an example, something like what we would love to see is non-discrimination ordinances, preempting non-discrimination ordinances. And by that, I mean like the non-discrimination ordinances that we saw recently, I don't know if you remember, in Mansfield ISD, where they tried to pass last month a policy for employers and for teachers saying, adding the term sexual orientation to their school policies. And these are dangerous, and they move us a lot closer to what Cindy Castillo was talking about, losing the gender prong. And we need to fight this. And that's the gist of my testimony. I'd be happy to work offline with any of you. We have a team of lawyers, at least 4 or 5 people on our staff with law degrees. I could work offline with you. I have language as well if you want to talk to me about that. But that's the gist of it, and I'm happy to take any questions. Yes, sir.
Shelby Williams, SDA. I appreciate the important work that Texas Values does. And I agree that protecting our religious liberty, there's a reason it's in the very first clause of the very first amendment to the Constitution. As we champion legislative priorities out of this committee, is there a top piece of legislation that might be passed? I think it should be unnecessary because it's in both the Texas and the U.S. constitutions, but obviously it needs reinforcement. What piece of legislation would you advocate that we advocate for?
Well, recently, I don't know if you heard, the House LGBTQ caucus said that they were hoping to pass some type of legislation for a statewide comprehensive non-discrimination policy. And we would love to see, either on the, probably on the local level, we'd love to see some type of preemption of local non-discrimination ordinances. That would be our ideal, but basically, local governments, local ISDs saying that they want to update their policies to include sexual orientation and gender identity terminology. That's not required in federal law. It's not even required in the Bostock opinion that recently came out of the Supreme Court. And so we'd like to see Texas take the lead in preempting those ordinances.
Thank you.
Other questions?
I'm sorry. Janera Lewis, SD 27. I know State Affairs has written something about emergency powers, and I know it cannot cover everything that you addressed, but at least for the churches shutting down, there was one priority about mandates, unconstitutional mandates and unlawful. So maybe we could specifically reference that, churches.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we want to see churches protected, and I think that this maybe even goes a little bit broader than that, preempting any type of local ordinances, but that's certainly a priority as well. Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you so much.
The committee calls Jackie Schiegel, and the next three delegates on deck are Wesley Thomas, Jesse Andrews, and Jeremy Baker. Please state your SD delegate status and who you're speaking.
Jackie Schlegel, SD9. I am a delegate, and I'm speaking on shared equal parenting. All right, is everyone awake?
Yep, we're
After
here.
4 hours of waiting, I hope I remember what I was going to say when I get up here. This is an interesting topic for me because I am probably the least unlikely person to be up here and speaking on this, because I am a single parent with 3 amazing teenagers who keep me very busy, and I am the sole guardian provider for them, have full-time custody and care for them. But I am here. I'm not the best policy person, okay? We have a lot of really great dads who gave you the code and gave you the problem and offered up solutions. What I'm here to kind of present to you is the other side of the story here. When you walk into family court, it is not a system where anybody wins. I can assure you. There's no amount of money, there's no amount of anything that a family walks away saying, wow, I won. That's just not how the system is set up. It is set up to keep you coming back to family court over and over and over again. It is set up to really destroy families. That's what it does. It's not an ideal situation. But the reason I feel passionate about 50-50 parenting is changing the standard, changing the bar. I was a stay-at-home mother with 3 children, including one with disabilities, when the rug was pulled out from under me and I had to figure out how to care for my children. Child support wasn't gonna cut it. I was gonna have to work. I was gonna have to provide for them. But not only did I have to work and provide for them, I had to be the one to go to every doctor's appointment, every school appointment. Everything that happened with those children was my responsibility. Now, I want to go on the record and say it's been a huge blessing. My children are amazing. Every bit of time and energy I have spent with them has been worth it. But I think about looking back in those days of becoming a single mother, and I would work all week, and every other weekend, I
I might get a little bit of a break with the weekend visitor. Why was that the standard? Why was the standard now walking into that terrible courtroom with that awful decision 50-50? Why wasn't it, hey dads, this isn't just your right, this is your responsibility. We have dads sitting here who show up to have lunch with their children to be told it's not your time. Go home. Are you kidding me? It's not an ideal situation to have broken homes, but the reality is that's what we have. I have a special needs child. 80% of our families are single mothers. I love my moms. We're warrior moms. We can hold it our own. We can pave our own way. But what we really need is to change how we view the fathers. The standard needs to change. You need to walk into that courtroom and we need to tell them that you're not a weekend visitor. And we have some incredible dads here today fighting, and it's not just today. I see them in the halls of the Capitol, and they're kind of dismissed, right? We've kind of squashed this down. So I'm just asking you to take a strong stand for the most vulnerable families, and that includes the single families. This is about mothers as well. When that phone rings of your child sick at school, think about the implications of that, of you having to take time off of work, okay? It's a very real effect. We need to stand up. We need to give these dads a fighting chance. And in all fairness, it's not all dads. Sometimes the roles are reversed. I want to acknowledge that. But the majority of the time, we are attacking the fathers and we are not allowing them, and we're certainly not encouraging them to show up and be active in their children's life. The party of personal responsibility needs to be on the front lines for fighting for these families.
Committee have questions?
Okay, thank you.
Ma'am, I have a question. John Berry, SD 30. You bring up a really good point about 50/50 is not an option. Has anybody ever been able to explain why it was never considered an option to begin?
As far as from a legal perspective, you gotta talk to the experts over here. I can say from a cultural perspective, I have 3 children, 2 girls, 1 boy. I'm hands down more concerned about my son and what the world is telling him than my girls. My girls have every opportunity, every girl power, every conquer the world, and the message that we're sending our boys is go away, sit down, and shut up, and it's dangerous. You'll have to talk to the experts about, the policy behind it, but I can tell you we are not encouraging our young men to really, take the role that they need to, and I feel very strongly about that.
Rich,
Chair, Rich Young.
Rich DI, SD9. Jack, you've done a great job with the family. I've been around your kids. And it's always enjoyable. You also run Texans for Vaccine Choice.
I do.
And how does that, how do you get the time and the energy for that?
I drink a lot of coffee. We were talking about this earlier, and so many of the topics that we are talking about today, I always kind of feel like, a little bit like the outcast here. I'm the single parent, I have a disabled child, and, but I represent a lot of Texas. Families are broken today. I think we all know, the answer to that. There's only one who can save, only one who can put us in the right direction. But we have to stand up and do our part to do that. So I would say I live on coffee and Jesus, and that's about it.
That's good. Well, you represent our family too with Texans for Vaccine Choice because we've got experience with that. So thank you very much.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
Next to the committee calls Mr. Wesley Thomas.
Everybody get one of these handouts, I kind of put one out earlier, I've got extras if you don't have it. Thank you guys so much for your time. Yes, that's the one, thank you, sir. My name is Wesley Thomas, SD3, I'm a delegate. Software engineer, an abolitionist, and I volunteer my time for Abolish Abortion Texas as well. So I'd like to talk with you a little bit about a resolution before you guys calling for immediate abolition of abortion. I want to take some time here to make a bit of distinctions about what we're calling for versus some of the other strategies that are being called for. There's clearly not enough time to deal with this issue. So please, there's a lot of stuff in that handout. It will cover a lot of things that I will just simply not have time for. But I want to ask you just kind of one question and then talk about that for a minute. At what point is it okay to kill a child? That's the question I want you to think about. Now, Paul teaches us in Galatians that the law is a schoolmaster. It teaches, it instructs. Now, it teaches explicitly, but it also teaches implicitly. So my question to you is, when we pass a law, or perhaps a priority, or a plank that says, you cannot kill a child once it has a heartbeat, what you are saying explicitly is that, well, you can't kill a child after the heartbeat, but implicitly you're saying to the world, you can kill a child before it has a heartbeat. Now, these sorts of laws, and sometimes priorities and planks, they're teaching young women that it is okay to do these things. You are saying this is when it's okay to kill a child. And that is our primary objection to a lot of the pro-life legislation that we see, and the Texas abolition strategy that is also going to be before you guys as well. From a cultural conversation perspective, we all know that we have to win the battle of the culture, and we have to teach them. What sort of message are we sending the culture when we're constantly moving and changing the standards for when life begins? On the one hand, the principles of the Republican Party are that life begins at conception. Well, amen. We all agree with that. But on the other hand, what if we pass priorities that don't act like that's true? What if we craft legislation that doesn't act like that's true? So, I'm curious, if we were to pass a heartbeat bill or some other incremental step that compromised on when life begins, what would we do if that made it through? And then we come back and we say, you know what? Turns out it was a conception after all. That's what the world sees. I can introduce you to many post-abortive mothers who are now Christians said, I didn't know what I was doing because I thought it was okay, because the law told me it was okay. So we're moving the goalposts on people when we don't act consistent with our principles. We're cutting our own legs off, we're undermining ourselves. So I wanted to talk a little bit about our strategy and how it's a little different. So the first thing that we say, and what we believe when it comes to calling for abolition is, what would God have us do? Not me personally, but us. What would God have Christians do in the world? And we believe that that is to institute justice, to craft legislation that is consistent with God's moral character as we go along. So let me make an analogy about why I think that that's necessary. Let's put ourselves back in the time of abolition of slavery. Would it be okay, thank you, would it be okay if we were to say we're only going to end slavery for those who are over 18? Would that be just? Would we have supported that? Let's craft another example. What if, God forbid, rape were illegal? Would it be just in our fighting that injustice to say, well, you know what, let's only eliminate rape for those above a particular age. Would that be something that we would support? I don't think so. We would oppose that, when we should. So from our perspective, when we're creating these planks, when we're creating these priorities and crafting these legislation, we should be teaching people the truth. We should be teaching them that life begins at conception. We should be teaching them what is true about reality and not lying to them about the nature of reality. Thank you guys so much for your time.
Any have any questions? Mr. Chairman, J.R. Haas, SD7. So, Wes, thanks for your testimony. We had another gentleman who came and testified before you and kind of linked kind of the banner that the flag we raise, kind of linked it to come and take it, which is fine and dandy, but it kind of sounds like, kind of reminds me of a war. One which I think they lost. Well, no, they lost the first one, and then it was on, right? So the question is, when we pass this and we actually do outlaw abortion, I think a lot of us probably fear that this would lead to war. Do you have any concern that if we were to stand on states' rights and defy and ignore Roe, that indeed would lead us to some kind of military encounter?
Well, I mean, I think that's a concern that I think we all share, and I hope that we would all agree that that is not something that we desire. We want peaceful, resolution, and I personally believe that we're dealing with, when it comes to the Supreme Court, as we say on our T-shirts, ignore Roe, right? We believe that the Supreme Court has stepped outside of its bounds. It has gone beyond its jurisdiction, right? And so they need to be defied because if the UN showed up at my door and said, so we passed this regulation that you can no longer own rifles, I mean, I'd laugh at them. Go away, right? So they're outside of their jurisdiction. Well, likewise, the Supreme Court is outside of its jurisdiction. So, but to the question of war, I mean, 55,000 plus children per year are currently being aborted. That we're counting. That is a war, okay? And so my question, I think, would be, if we're not willing to lay down our lives to save 55,000 children, are we not asking them to lay down their lives for us instead? I have a problem with that.
One last follow-up question. So we have two competing priorities that are very similar, and both use the term abolition. So what do you mean? So words have meaning, right? What do you mean by abolition, and how do you think that it stands apart from the other proposed strategy?
Well, there's a couple things there. I mean, I think, real quickly, this may be putting the cart before the horse, but when we say immediate abolition, I don't think we're under any illusions that it's going to happen right away. That doesn't mean like overnight, right? We understand that there's a process that's going to happen in incremental steps. That's not different than the abolition of slavery. I mean, you can look at the abolitionists and what they wrote. William Lloyd Garrison said very similar things. Like, we're going to always push for what we want, but we understand that it's going to come in increments. But we're always going to ask for what we actually want, because we're not going to violate our principles. But when we say abolition, what we mean is, we have to call it murder because it is murder. We have to not violate our principles there. We have to follow God's whole law. It has to be something where when we pass the legislation or when we craft the legislation, that we're not telling. We're not obscuring or we're not being pragmatic about the nature of reality, and we're not saying things that aren't true about the preborn child. We're not saying things that aren't true about what they're doing, the act they're doing, and we're calling it homicide. And then it has to apply to everyone. It has to apply to everyone equally. So all preborn children need to be covered under this. And ultimately, because we believe that that's the case, because again, we need to ask the question, what would God have us do? We don't believe, just like my slavery example, or perhaps the rape example, although a bit extreme, we don't believe that it is honoring to God to say, well, we can only get this. This is the line where our political, elected officials, they won't cross this line, so we just need to get right up to that line. Just find out what they think is politically viable. Go to them first. Ask them, what will you do? And then go there and only do that. We don't think that that's a good strategy. And then finally, I think because of the problem of the Supreme Court, there's a whole, talk for an hour on that, what must be a component of ending abortion in this state is that we ignore it and refuse to enforce any of their extra jurisdictional edicts. It must be the case. Otherwise, we're going to keep going to the court, and we're going to keep losing. And then we're going to do it again, and we're going to do it again. And when does that end? I don't have an answer to that.
Jonathan Gaspar, C12. Thank you for your time, and I think we're all here, we all hate abortion. One of the issues that I had with the abolish abortion bills that came up last session was the immediate criminalization of women. We live in a culture where a large segment of our culture has been pre-programmed to think that it's okay. None of us believe it's okay. It's going to take some work to reprogram that culture. Is your strategy the immediate criminalization of women in all of your bills, or is that something that you're not pushing, or could you speak to that?
Sure. So what I would say is that, number one, we're not pushing for the criminalization of anyone. What we're pushing for is to make criminal certain acts. Okay? So anyone involved with homicide should be culpable. That includes everyone. That includes people who assist. That includes people who are hired. That includes people who perhaps forced someone to do something against their will. All of those people are culpable to that homicide. And so no, we're not specifically calling for the criminalization of women.
So a 17-year-old girl who is driven to the abortion facility by her mother would be culpable for murder?
Well, let me say this. So if you had a 17-year-old mother who killed her 1-year-old child, all we're saying, here's all we're saying. The law as it exists today in the penal code, how it treats that 1-year-old child, it should treat the preborn child exactly the same way. That's all we're saying.
Sure, nice to see you.
Thank you. Rich Diot, SB9 West. It's good to see you again.
It's good to see you.
We've talked quite a bit about this in the past. I consider y'all friends. I hope it's mutual.
Likewise.
My email box got filled up after last time, so thank all of your other friends for that. Because I was defending incrementalism, and I do believe that is the case. And I'm just going to focus with you on one question, because you brought up slavery.
Okay.
So in the United States, there were incremental steps on slavery, which ended about 1820. They ran into kind of a logjam, they just couldn't get anything through. And then we had a war. It killed 600,000, which in God's justice, maybe that was appropriate for that, I don't know. Not assuming it is. But in England, they didn't have a war. They banned slavery in certain areas incrementally, starting the outer colonies, the shipping lanes, and then finally, because a bunch of people didn't show up for the legislature one day, they were able to pass abolition of slavery. So that happened incrementally. There isn't anything in our common thinking today, especially for Republicans, that's worse than slavery. And that was ended in England incrementally. How is this different than that?
Well, I think the first thing, so as a caveat, I'm certainly no historian here. I'm definitely not an expert on that. Although I have, read a little bit about Wilberforce. I mean, it took them over 20 years to do that. And so, we get to sit here in the future and look back and criticize what they did. And so, given the facts that I do know, where they violated principle, I'm not sure I could go on and gone along with that. But again, I'm certainly not an expert on that. How we're different, I would say, is I think it would probably be a little bit more akin to, at least in one way, the way slavery was ended here, and that would be incrementally by jurisdiction. Okay, so we see it spreading throughout the states a little bit at a time. I don't see the ending of abortion probably going down any other way than that here. I would say we will probably, if I'm looking into my crystal ball, which I do not have, we will have 1 or 2 states go first, and then a lot more. And at some point, there will be a steady state, and there will probably be a few states that still don't for a while. So I'd say that's what I think on that.
Very good. Thank you for your testimony. I love you guys. I appreciate what you do.
Other questions?
Thank you so
Hold
much.
on. Thank you all so much.
Did you have a question, sir? Hey, could you come back just for a second? Come right back.
Last minute. Just kidding.
How is the abolition spoke about in ETA different than TAS?
I'm sorry, could you say it one more time?
How is abolition spoke about in ETA is different than Texas abolished strategy?
So how's our strategy different than, say, Texas abolition strategy? So I guess in several ways, and some of this I think probably on the sheet, it kind of breaks down these questions. But it's different in several ways. So we're not going to put forth legislation that we think compromises on God's standards for justice, which I believe the principles of the Republican Party are actually really great in a lot of ways, especially on this issue. So life and conception, I don't think we should compromise on that to the world, just for, let's say, I don't want to mean this negatively, but just for pragmatic reasons, okay? We shouldn't do that. And number 2, another way it's different is the Supreme Court component. What we would say is that what the legislation we're crafting is not attempting to appease either the legislators in this state or the federal officials at whatever branch we're dealing with, in this case the Supreme Court, and what they will do extra, jurisdictionally, right? So we're not attempting to appease the Supreme Court, and by saying that, what we think we actually do when we do appease them by crafting legislation that we hope that they will take up and then rule in our favor. The problem with that is that we're actually legitimizing their tyranny when we do that. Every time we do that, we're going into that courtroom, which they have no right to call us to on this issue, and we're giving them the authority where they clearly do not have it. Does the Constitution provide for a right to abortion? Well, no one in this room would say that. Is the preborn child, are they human? Do they have rights from conception? Well, yes. Well, then why are we acting like it? That's our main difference, I would say.
Appreciate it. Once Walt Smith, SD 25, there's something that I struggle with, and you just made a mention to God's system of justice.
Yes.
And so for me, and one of the caveats that we discussed last time was as a Christian, one of the concerns, and as a Republican, is an overall and abundant right of life at all stages. And one of the things that we haven't really talked about that is truly a concern of mine when we talk about your issue is, and some of our criminal justice reform conversations as well, is how can we as a party, looking at legislation such as this, morally stand in concert when we look at end-of-life issues coupled with the death penalty. And so for us, whenever we choose, we as a group have to choose individual legislative priorities. When we choose a priority such as this, and this was a conversation we had last time, was how do we choose this priority when we still have directly what I would consider conflicting planks in our overall part of life.
So, I'm not sure I can totally get the question there,
My
but
question is, how can we specifically call for the, and this was the concern that we had, one of the concerns we had, and we considered this 2 years ago. We can specifically call for the abolition of anything that leads to death,
okay,
leading, depending upon God's judgment.
right.
Then we turn around and have other planks in the platform that specifically ask for it.
Okay, so what we're calling for is justice for those who commit murder, who commit homicide. So just like me killing someone in self-defense is not murder, not all killing is murder. My belief is that civil government is given the authority and the responsibility to be basically God's sword bearer on earth, to bear wrath against those who deserve it, those who have committed murder, those who have committed crimes deserving of that, which is very limited number of crimes, but primarily the shedding of innocent blood, right? That's God's commands, positive commands to human culture, and so that's pre-Moses, that's Genesis 9. I believe that is that's obligatory for all human societies. And so I don't classify that as murder. Number one, because, well, God commands us to do it. Number two, God doesn't seem to consider it murder as well, just like he would not consider killing in self-defense as murder. So not all killing is murder. Only the intentional ending of an innocent human life is murder.
Any other questions?
Oh. Thank you so much.
We're done, okay.
Yeah, pardon me, I just recognize that Senator Hall is back in the room, and I'm gonna take the chair's privilege to recognize him next. And while he's coming up to the microphone, I'll share a discussion that I've had with a number of people that might bear on the pro-life issue. And I understand completely, trust me, what both of the so-called sides are saying here. But just as in the Bible, there are different treatments for different forms of taking life. And just like in the Texas Penal Code, there are different penalties for different types of causing another one's death. I think there is a legislative way out, and that is that you have a new category of homicide that is homicide by abortion. And that might help to heal the culture and get this thing turned around. They could have a completely different set of penalties attached to it. Okay, anyway, Senator Hall, thank you so much.
Thank you. What I was going to speak on, Mr. Chairman, was a little bit different than what you're talking about. So if you were taking this in order of planks, I can certainly wait till you get to it.
Go ahead.
Okay. The issues on what was a very high priority out of the party last time and in the legislature, which was taxpayer-funded lobbying. And there was a lot of confusion over what that meant. There was a lot of legitimate use of organizations to provide information supporting our local governments, whether counties, cities, or whatever. And so one of the difficulties was in getting a bill that would stop the use of taxpayer money to hire people to come into the legislature and lobby against legislation that was going to benefit the taxpayer. And we saw lots of that. And there are organizations who have a mixed function in legitimately providing information to our counties and our cities that helps them do their job. And there was no intent of that bill or that concept to do anything to prohibit that. And so I think in doing it, wording that make sure that it focuses on what we're trying to do there, and that is stop using the taxpayer money to pay somebody to come in and lobby against what's going to benefit the taxpayer when the bill is passed. I have some suggestions for that. I'd be glad to work with you on it. I think the main wording might be in what we said I had before, that just simply prohibit the use either directly or indirectly of taxpayer funds to pay an individual or organization whose business includes lobbying. And then we could include with that, say that yes, it would not be a prohibition for paying the expenses of an elected official that they may incur in traveling to Austin to lobby themselves as an elected official, which was one of the points that most of the folks who were opposed to it misinterpreted and used that to say, oh, that would keep me from being able to speak to my elected official, which was not true, but it was used as an argument that you might want to include that in there. And it would not prohibit the use or hiring of an individual or organization to provide information and consulting services for their operating charter. And so that might be a clarification that would get us where I think we all want to go, and that's just stop the misuse of taxpayer funds. So I offer that up as a suggestion. I've got it here if you'd like to take that, and I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Chair recognizes Mr. Lewis.
Sir Janera Lewis, SD 27. State legislative priority, and it is one of our top 15. And I gladly will receive that information or send it to Mark and he can send it to us.
Okay, however you want to do it, I'd be glad to do it.
Okay, I'll have my email here.
My pad and pencil.
I got it.
But I can do either one.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Mr. West.
Walt Smith, SD 25. I am so glad you came up, Senator Hall. I have a serious concern. I went to the Capitol last session and the session before, sat on this committee the last time, talked about directly about taxpayer-funded lobbying, and I have an example on the other side that is very dear to my heart and actually came from our county where, from Hayes County, and this is the question I have, we have very specific situations. I cannot agree more with you when it comes to taxpayer-funded lobbying, to lobby on taxing issues. The concern that I have is especially in rural and non-urban counties, whenever we have to go to the state capitol and fight against an urban county on specific issues that have 50 members, in my case, 17 members of the state house on one side of the issue, and we have one member that we split with multiple other counties. The example that I use, and this is what my question is, we have a situation where we had a private company come in and try to literally find a hole in our water conservation district, pump 5 million gallons a day and ship it to an urban center out of our rural county. The only way that we could compete, that we could actually have influence in the Capitol, was to go in and I don't want to say purchase access, but to get access to members of urban areas, consolidate those other rural members out there that could face the same situations we had. And we had not the wherewithal, the means, or anything else to do it. If we had not, as a county, gone out and tried to engage others and had somebody in Austin every day trying to do that for us, we would not have been able to stop that.
When you say engage others, what exactly?
We engaged
Other
other
counties?
state reps, other senators from other districts. Having one member who wasn't the most senior, and in the state house, who we split with another county, and one senator, at the end of the day, it didn't matter how many we had, or it didn't matter what we did unless we had some other help. And I can tell you that we were able to see a direct benefit of that as a county that we would not have had if we had been prohibited from going forward. And so, again, completely agree on the taxing side. My question is, when it comes to those other issues, should that prohibition in your mind be a complete and utter total prohibition? Or should it just be when we're talking about taxing those individuals? Because at the end of the day, if our county is going to the State House and saying, we want the ability to tax our citizens at a higher rate, or we want the ability to influence the revenue that we bring into our county, I am completely in agreement with you. And I'm completely in agreement with the actions that we supported last time. But there are other functionalities that counties, that cities have, that at the end of the day, they are for the benefit of their individual taxpayers. They are for the benefit of their citizenry. And it's in defending those citizens and those taxpayers against entities outside their jurisdiction that we need that assistance at times that otherwise we don't have.
And this was a problem that was unique to Hayes County and not to someone else.
It was to us, but we've actually heard, whenever we took that fight on state capitol, from multiple entities out there, that they had similar issues, and this session had other similar issues.
Okay. Well, you know, that's one of the challenges we have, and you hear it every time we talk about something. When you're trying to solve a problem, there's always the unintended consequences of other things that says, well, you can't do that because you're gonna hurt this. You just talk about life, you get to come up with the same thing. I think we have to look at this. What is the preponderance of what we're trying to fix, and see if there's some way to accommodate those exceptions? And I think there is one. We have what's called the local and consent calendar, and that handles legislation a little bit different than other organization legislation when it just is affected one area out there. And the other part is that this is used by so many of the counties and cities to replace them wanting to just plain pick up the phone and call their elected officials and talk to them about it. They want to hire somebody to come down there and do that work for them. And so there are both sides of it. I understand what you're saying, but I think there is way much more on the other side of lots of money being spent on things to be lobbied against that. Those things like that, there will always be something that doesn't quite fit with it.
Would you be in support of some type of caveat or some type of exemption for items that were placed on the local or referred to local and state calendar?
But you know, when you start putting exemptions in there, you start creating loopholes. I mean, it's just like what we have in our late term abortions. We have a loophole in there that allows the doctor to declare that he thinks the baby's going to have an abnormality, and boom, he gets to do the late term abortion. It makes a lot of sense if you focus on the reality of it really is that, but it is a loophole that was put in there that really kind of almost nullifies our late term abortion law. So, yeah, there are, I certainly, if you have some thoughts and ideas, I'd certainly, talk about it. If you want to, from here, some way to word that to make sure it's covered. I think it covers. I mean, it's this way. I don't see that as a problem, but I hear what you're saying.
My biggest concern is at the end of the day, there is direct attribution to rural counties where they are placed at a disadvantage when they don't have the membership in the state house to represent their needs. And at the end of the day, it's a concern. And so I appreciate you trying to do that.
That is Texas, and the battle here in Texas is quite often bigger between the urban and the rural than it is between the Republicans and Democrats. So,
Yes, thank you very much, Senator Hall. Shelby Williams, SDA. This is, I come from the other end of the spectrum. I'm a local elected official in a relatively large city, and a lot of the money that goes toward organizations like the TML is ultimately used and has been used to advocate for raising taxes on our constituents. And I believe if I want to do that, I should own it. And I should say, I raise your taxes. I didn't lobby somebody else to do it or prohibit lowering your taxes. However, I do understand the bind that smaller areas of the state are put in. So the ultimate purpose of this, as I understand it, is to prevent taxpayers' money from being used against them by their government at whatever level. In all the discussions last session, was there any language which might have accomplished that intent without opening the door to unintended consequences, or at least without opening it very wide. To say you're putting taxpayer money to benefit for them in the capital, but not against them. And I understand that's a very hard thing to crack policy-wise. Adjunct to that, I'm not that familiar with the local and consent calendars. The way that works, since it is different, is that something that could well overcome the challenges faced by smaller rural areas?
That's what it's mostly used for, is considered a local bill, and it doesn't, it goes through the process a little bit differently and doesn't normally get the treatment, so it is one way to address it.
Then a real quick follow-up question. In your situation, was that where you had effectively one House rep on one side, but then you had 15 on the opposite side? Was that contest of wills, or was it just unequal representation?
It's unequal representation. I mean, the fact is that at the end of the day, I'm sorry, we're getting into debate. I'm worried.
Yeah.
We'll save that part.
Yeah.
Thank you, Senator Hoffman, very much. Unless there's any more, oh, we got some more over here, sorry, I got some more over here.
Oh. Thank you, Gene Pack, SD 13. Thank you, Senator, and I'm so glad that you came back. You're looking wonderful from the last time I saw you, and you're doing a great job. I want to revisit, sir, if I could, back to your video, what you showed earlier today. I was tremendously impressed because I had no idea of our grid and the situation that we are in and how vulnerable we were. Could you, sir, tell me, if it's not top secret, what type of defense?
I'm sorry, it's a different topic.
Oh,
Guys,
I'm
you
sorry.
threw that out of order.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
You can take that conversation offline with him right after we finish.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'll be glad to talk with you on it.
Okay.
It's one of my favorite topics.
All right, thank you.
The gentleman, lady, and then.
Gail Stannard, SD 15. Is there a way to craft language for a priority that will be clear to all that we want to concentrate on taxing our taxes and increasing the desire to increase taxes by any of our elected officials in the local governments? In other words, let the organizations stand as they are, but say you can't lobby on these particular issues. Is that even feasible to do that?
I don't think you could put that in a box. I think it's the spending of the money that the bill is attempting to limit, because it's money that's being spent to hire a lobbyist to go down there and lobby against things that are going to benefit the citizens that the city or county could be using, or the school district. This applies to school districts who are notorious for this also, to pay teachers more, pay employers more, or to pave more roads. It's being used for lobbyists, and in many cases, to do something that elected officials could very easily do themselves by picking up the phone and talking. I know when I get a call from an elected official, I listen, I talk to them. When a lobbyist comes in, it's not the same. I had much rather have an elected official call or talk to me, and phone calls are just fine. And when they call, that's somebody I want to talk to. But a lobbyist, I know why they're there. And I think, I can't speak for other elected officials, but I can't see that they are much different. So it's not even good use of their money.
Have you looked into how much money that lobbyists cost the local governments? Are there figures on that, so that they would know how much money? they would not have to spend and would go back into their coffers so that they can use those locally?
The estimates I've seen is somewhere between $40 and $50 million a year is spent by local governments. That's a lot of money.
That's a lot.
I might add that some of that money, not directly traceable to the government entities necessarily, but the lobbying firms themselves, you may have other clients as well, some of that money ends up in the campaign coffers of elected officials. So you have the specter of taxpayer-funded campaigns via the lobby.
Senator, is it also possible that lobbyists could be representing different parties and lobbying on the same bill both for and against?
Oh, well, some of these lobby firms are hired by small counties, small cities, and big ones too. And there are some of these issues that are not necessarily favorable to, they're more favorable to one than the other in there. So it's hard for, when somebody comes in to say, you know, who are they really representing, the small city or the big cities, or all of them? And issues like the gentleman over here brought up, there were winners and losers on both sides of that issue. And sometimes these organizations, and the other part is money is spent on some of them, like you mentioned, that are actually tell the elected officials how to think, what they should be doing. It's kind of a reverse direction. They will issue papers, oh, that bill so-and-so, it will hurt you, it will do this, you won't be able to do that, and so on. And it's not always really accurate, less than truthful. And that's taxpayer money that's being used to generate information that is misleading.
Thank you, Senator.
Any other questions?
See me later, I'm glad to talk.
Yes, sir.
Once again, thank you so much. And I would add that he didn't say it, but Senator Hall filed what was really the absolute best bill at the beginning of the session last
We got it out of the Senate.
Yep.
So you know where it did work. Yes, sir.
Senator John Berry, SD 30. I had the privilege of serving as commissioner for our county, small county, 9,000 residents. And our perception was that we weren't being heard in Austin, and so we leaned on TAC as an advocate for us in the county, and found that their services were beneficial for us in the county. And again, my fear is similar with what Mr. Smith is sharing, that our voices, we feel like our voices tend to be drowned out by the larger counties and the urban counties. And so we feel like those lobbies a lot of times can help pull our voices together and carry more weight with you guys in Austin. Is that not an appropriate thing?
I'll just give you my opinion. I think that local officials think the organizations like TML and TAC do more for them in Austin than they really do. They have you guys convinced they do?
Yeah.
But I don't believe they have the influence that you think they have. And again, you know, that's part of what you're talking about, the small county. I mean, I live in a small county, and I know that the problems they have, except I know the officials there, and they'll call me and others throughout the district. But I also know there's some that just don't want to do it themselves in there. But I don't think they don't have the influence they like to.
Thank you for your,
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you again, Senator. Yes, thank you, Senator Hall. At this point, it's almost 4:30. I think it would be in order if we took a short break here. What's that?
Can we leave that lady speak first? She was standing up.
Well, we're gonna come back and take more, but I think the committee needs a break, and y'all may need to hash a few things out amongst yourselves, bathroom break, maybe get a quick, snack to eat, something like that. There are snacks up at the front.